hungry. God, I barely just finished eating in time to start the stream. Yeah.
A goat having to wolf it down.
I mean, you could describe it that way if you want. They're saying I'm late. I'm not late. I started right at 3:30. Hold on, is it actually live?
Yes, it does appear to be live at this time.
Chat bullies me so much, I don't even know if my stream is live sometimes. They say I'm late.
Are we all live?
We're late and straight.
Does life exist?
No, I'm dead inside if that counts for anything.
There you go.
As some of you could see, Pagan isn't here right now. He has been banished to the ethereal eldritch dimension of horrors. If he manages to escape on time, he'll join us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We like to call it Ratopia.
Joe M's comment, Pagan didn't kill himself. Oh no.
Anyways, we are going to be continuing the Will Shen video at GDC. There's about a half hour of that left. I don't know how long that'll take to get through. I'm hoping it's relatively quick, because I've been tunnel visioning working on the video real hard, and that's part of the reason we're starting as late as we are today, is because I want to give Pagan time to get online, and he didn't.
Pagan got flushed away.
Yeah.
Someone said that about him yesterday, and it was like, wow.
It's gonna be the go-to joke. I mean, every time.
Rip.
Stag and doing 1 hour really quick.
Well, hey. It is a half hour. It's the second half of a 1 hour long video.
Yeah. Pagan got replaced Pagan got replaced as a gene stealer.
But anyways, yeah, work is going well on the Fallout video, as far as scripting goes. I can't wait to get this over with. I finally finished scripting the last episode, and now all I have to do are like 2 really small sections and some touch-ups, and then I'm done.
This thing is genuinely novel length, this script.
Yeah, last I checked, it was 66,000 words. 66,272.
Like 108 pages at this point.
111.
It's...
Yes.
I need to do another review pass then to see what's going on. It's like, I thought it was caught up. Nope.
Well, there just turned out to be that much more to do on the last episode. That's why
it happens
so long,
every time. It's like every single time we think we're done, there's something else.
Well,
yep.
It's like you described how the final episode is where all the payoffs that the season has attempted to set up are explained. And it's like,
yeah,
it's just a nexus of stupidity. There's no other way to call it, because like, you go line by line and you realize that with each passing line it makes less and less sense. The issues compound upon each other. It's so bad.
And yet this was their great idea for the season. Their whole idea was basically doing a mystery box and having it all pay off in the final episode of the season.
Yep.
And it's just all the nonsense that they put together is like, okay, here is it all explained. I'm like, okay, you've explained it. That didn't make it better.
Yeah, I don't even
actually fucked things. You made things way worse through your explanation.
I don't even mind, like, a show doing a mystery box that gets revealed at the end of the season or at the end of the series, as long as it's fucking done well. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, well, the problem was they didn't set up well in the first place, so...
yeah, like, most of it isn't set up, especially, like, we were talking about this yesterday after the stream, but fucking, oh yeah, the ghoul arrives at the end of the episode, and he's like, there's one question I want to ask, where's my fucking family? It's like, what? Where did that come from? You were
So
with your daughter when the bombs dropped, I assume she died, what the fuck?
Apparently, she just fell out of the saddle and he kept going.
Well, sucks to be you. You see, I don't have to outrun the bomb blast. I just have to outrun you.
Wait, that's
Bye,
not how
daughter.
that works. I just. It's like the final episode is where they have the bumper crop. It's like, okay, we've sowed all these seeds, now it's time for the harvest. And then they realize it was all kudzu. It's just this overgrown mess. What the fuck is this?
I mean, at least you can eat kudzu. Like, holy shit.
You can.
Like, what can you get out of this crop that they've done? It's more like...
Well, it is a whole lot of bullshit. You could use it for more fertilizer.
there you go.
The only thing I could think of would be like filler stuff that happens in between other things. Basically, totally innocuous.
There was one that actually had a good joke that made us chuckle. Or, not a chuckle, more like a... oh.
Fuck, I was muted.
Yeah.
Smile where it's like, oh, yeah, I see what you're doing there. That's cute, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, it was. Oh, but the scene is stupid though. It gets ruined by everything around. I remember it was when the now lobotomized, brain dead robot gets jumped on by the feral ghoul. For some reason, the feral ghoul is attacking the robot, and he goes, "Hello there."
Right. It's like, yeah, that's neat.
Why is it that the dumbass automatron actually has the best line?
Yeah, it's what's worse about it is like the feral ghoul shouldn't have even attacked it to begin with because it's not fucking meat for it to eat. Like, I don't know why he was going after the Mr. Handy in the first place. And then of course we get the bullet that magically like kills the feral ghoul, even though you're supposed to shoot them in the head. That seems to be the only way to kill them. Actually,
that actually does happen. If you go back, me and Cree went over this. It's like, is it shot in the head or not? And going back, yeah, all three of them were headshots or otherwise.
No.
Such might be referring to the old lady who's on the verge and then leaps towards Lucy.
Yeah, that is not a headshot.
Sure, could have sworn it was. Anyways.
No, it's in her stomach.
It's hard to tell.
And it sends her flying off to the side. Like, the bullet magically hits and gives a shit ton of force, which it doesn't do to anyone else. And it didn't shoot her in the head.
Okay, so they went for the literally dramatic gut punch moment instead of everybody else gets headshots, but not that one. Okay, pattern broken.
See what I mean? The more you look at the show, the more you just find problems with it. It's so bad.
So a ghoul can die from a single gut shot, but multiple shots to the back, they're fine?
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, it's the plot moves at the speed of plot. It's so fucking annoying. Everything happens and it's all fucking contrived. Like, oh, we need this to happen in this scene. Well, wouldn't everybody shoot at him? Yeah, but he's immortal. Unless he gets shot in the head. That'll be a rule we have now for ghouls from now on, and then they break that rule constantly. Or the fact that ghouls don't need to eat because he's been underground and only been getting the anti-ghoulification juice and not been getting any other nutrients whatsoever, but he's okay to be in the ground for years at a time, apparently.
Yeah, he gets dug up once a year to cut off something. It's like, great, so you can be underground for a whole year, I guess licking condensation off the bottom of the box or whatever.
And eating mold, apparently.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But then he kills his friend in what was going to be an actual genuinely good moment, and then they fuck it up. He makes his friend think about the good old days, and while he's distracted, he blows his brains out.
Yeah, that was actually a nice tender moment. Then he cuts chunks off his ass. Yeah,
and he says he's going to make himself some ass jerky. And it's just like, oh, you fucking ruined it. You clearly don't need to eat, so why are you doing this?
I I mean, the one good moment out of any of that is when he's drinking clearly irradiated water, she's thirsty, and basically he's not necessarily being cruel to her, it's just that he knows that she drinks the shit she dies. But then he makes her drink from a radioactive shit barrel anyways.
Yep.
Just like, what the fuck? Why bother?
So bad. Oh god, there's so many moments that are the so that happened laugh track. There's so many of those in the fucking show.
I've actually written a couple points in the script, only 2, where I add a laugh track to a scene that plays just to emphasize how dumb it is.
You know, I actually just had an idea. What if we went through the show and cut out all the after bits that ruin a scene? Like chop out about, say 10 minutes to half an hour out of the entire show. How much would that improve it by getting rid of the stupid shit that doesn't need to be there?
Well, the problem is then they have stuff in that stupid shit that's supposed to set up other stuff.
Yeah.
That's the annoying fucking part about the show. And also exhumed, he was getting the ghoul serum. That's what those IV bags were. They were literally feeding ghouls.
Yeah, that much I noticed right off the bat.
Yeah. And apparently the thing is that feral ghouls will go after chickens for some fucking reason, and that's never ever brought up ever again.
Oh, I forgot about that. I need to add that.
Oh, you forgot about him stroking the chicken longingly?
I forgot about ghouls going after, like, feral ghouls going after chickens.
I thought that was such a throwaway. Really, I thought that was such a throwaway thing. It didn't even need revisiting.
It has to be a thing because they bring it up as a plot point.
You're right, they did.
Like, it's just so fucking dumb.
It's not actually a throwaway.
So anyways, the Fallout show is great, isn't it? Can't wait for season 2.
Here we go for page 120 in the script.
Yeah. Speaking of pages, I am 2 pages away from hitting 300 pages in the book now.
Oh, the novel you're writing? Nice.
Mm-hmm. Well, this one's not the novel. This was the tangentially related book.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, and I got 2 more books lined up as well for it right afterwards.
So are you telling me you're writing your spin-off before you're writing the thing it's spinning off of?
Yes. And see, the thing is that it's because that can actually work because it's not even set in Sakara, but there are elements that are related to Sakara, and there are elements and there are things that might appear in both.
But it's a standalone, right?
Basically, yeah. You don't have to have read Sakara to get anything. It's all been told through. It's the same thing with the other 2 books that are coming. You don't have to have read this first book or Sakara to get them.
I was going to mention about the chicken thing though, because we now have diametrically opposed chicken lore.
Oh no.
There's the idea that chickens scare ghouls, and then there's the particular ghoul who's romantically inclined to chickens.
Well, that guy wasn't really a ghoul.
What was he?
No, he was just a fucking weirdo doctor and, animal molester.
I really did get the impression that he was actually a ghoul doctor.
No.
He doesn't look particularly torn up, but he is so much of a ragbag.
Yeah, I think it's just supposed to be he's a shyster.
But he's a shyster with shit that works. That's not how it's supposed to work!
I know, it's supposed to be snake oil salesman, but he actually has stuff that works.
Well, does it really work if it turns you into a fucking ghoul? Like, that's still one of the most fucking obnoxious plot points in the entire... Like, it is genuinely hard to say, oh yeah, this is the most stupid thing in the show. Oh wait, the rest of the show exists, so this can't be the most stupid thing. But, like, the fact that he has this juice that gives Thaddeus Wolverine fucking healing powers, and, like, he doesn't even look like a ghoul, but they're just like, oh shit, I think you're a ghoul.
I tried rationalizing this when the show was still going on the notion that it's been long enough after the bombs dropped that at least the ghouls who were around when it went off should be going feral. Like they're basically at the end of their lifespan. But you never got an explanation for where this damn stuff came from, who came up with it. Like, there's no Myron story. There needs to be a Myron story here.
there's no story for like
Yeah.
how ghouls work at all in general, or what the anti-ghoulification, which again we just jokingly call it fucking Zombrex because that's exactly how it's
I mean, yeah.
Maybe I should go through the script and look for all the instances of ghoul juice and change some of them over to Zombrex.
Jewel Goose. Oh, so much Jewel Gooses.
Just quickly, $10 from Itako the Tricky. Thank you. In Fallout 4, your health increases by 15 points every time you level up. The ghoul in the show is clearly a high-level character. That's why he survives backshots, like Kim Kardashian in her infamous tape. Okay. Now, I know he's joking there, but there have been people using the lore, like, game mechanics to try and explain shit away, and that's annoying too. I hate it so much.
If the show were to do anything with it, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I know you're going to get Danger Dave here.
Yeah, I was. $2 from Danger Dave. Thank you. Hold your fire! The school has a monologue! Yeah, I just wrote that part of the script in. Was that today or yesterday? I don't even remember anymore. But it's like, the Brotherhood are coming in and they're killing fucking everyone because they consider everyone here to be an enemy. They shoot at civilians. And the ghoul even says to Lucy, oh hey, yeah, the Brotherhood's gonna kill you. You better leave with me. And when the ghoul gets their attention, they all just stand there like a bunch of slack-jawed... word I can't say right now. Have to wait 2 hours. And, like, they just let him talk about, oh yeah, by the way, I know of a weakness in your power armor that could kill people instantly. As he's loading his fucking weapon, and they don't unload on him. And
that's the part that makes it even worse.
He shoots one and kills him, and they just watch this guy fall, and they still don't start fucking unloading on them.
None of them use their headlamps. None of them react to the fact that he's a ghoul, and it's already been established by this point that they kill ghouls on sight, which is why Thaddeus had to run. It's like, why are you just standing here staring at this person that you consider to be an abomination? Are you that enthralled by the monologue?
Yeah, that you're gonna let an abomination live who is currently loading a weapon and talking about he knows how to kill your walking tanks, okay?
Even after he does it, they still stand there like a bunch of idiots who don't know what's going on.
You know what would have been great? Is if one of them goes, oh, I recognize this guy from some old movies, some old holotapes. This is a pre-war actor. This is that Cooper guy. He was like the original Fallout boy. They all start fanboying about him and interrupting his monologue. And then he just like gives up in disgust and starts blazing him. That would have been far superior.
What would have been far superior and more logical was if they would have done a fucking Taken, right?
Yeah.
First Taken, the moment that they turn and see the ghoul and he's got his gun, but they see him flip open the cylinder and start to reload it and see it says it's a word, they should have just opened up on him immediately. Because, again, the whole point behind that scene in Taken was the fact that the guy started saying he wanted to negotiate. That's what he was originally going to start saying, is that he realized that he was no longer paying attention enough to pull the trigger on his daughter. So he just blew his brains out real quick.
Right. I mean, here, what you're talking about there is taking it seriously. Obviously, they weren't. Yeah, I'm saying if you want to go ahead and do the stupid thing, go all the way. You need to give a reason for why these guys are just standing there instead of Gula's monologuing.
Yeah. But Chadius, definitely. Not only was he the best character in the show, but he gets done dirty all throughout.
Yeah.
I mean, the only character with an actual redemption arc.
And then they just fuck it in the end because he drank the ghoul juice, and then he gets shot in the throat with a crossbow.
That's aiming towards the ground.
Yeah.
And they kind of character assassinate him, too, by having him try to rob the doctor, which I don't like. Like, you have the one likable character in the show that's still alive. It's like, yeah, let's have him try and rob the doctor for no reason. Yeah.
Wasn't it his reasoning that he needed medical attention and he thought the doctor was just going to run off on him?
He has been stomping around for like 20 miles on what is left of the pulp of his foot. I call bullshit. From the moment, it's like no fucking way.
No, I agree. I don't think there is a individual alive. I think even the fucking Chad Finnish man who had his entire unit supply of Pervitin, aka methamphetamine, I think he would have been struggle busting on that one too.
The guy who wrestled the log to the ground because he thought it was a Wolverine.
Yeah, and he's like, they saw a pair of eyes coming at him in the darkness, and so he drew his knife and he jumped at the Wolverine and he got on top of it and he started stabbing it to death, and then he looked at the Wolverine and he was like, shit, that's not a Wolverine, that's a log. But you know what? I guess I tried to kill a log with my knife, and he's like, wait a minute, my buddies took my knife. So he turns and looks over and realizes he just destroyed his compass.
If they had him like dragging his foot along and start going to like mental delirium or something, it would have been much better. But instead, they just they give him a slight limp. I'm like,
and you could have even had it to where he still had like a stim pack sticking out of his arm, something like that. And like he's sitting here, he's like basically high out of his fucking mind, and that's the only thing that's keeping him going. Because again, that was the only thing that was keeping that Finnish guy going.
And then he's just like, well, what if I kill you? It's like, I have to now explain to you why that's dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, can you figure out which of these is going to fix you? I guess I'll just let you work on me. Yeah, now you've given me a reason to fuck you over, but I don't, because for some reason, I'm a snake oil salesman who's both honest and uses actually working stuff.
Magic.
What?
Uses fucking magic.
Yeah.
And then this guy, like, wanted to kill himself? Like, dude, he should be, like, granted, it turns you into ghouls, but he should be, like, one of the most popular and wealthy merchants in the entire fucking wasteland. Because he has shit that actually works.
The brother in the vault is the best character, even if his plan should have failed due to cameras. His actions were consistent and smartish. I kind of disagree with that, because he only appears smart because everyone else around him is incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Like, he's
average intellect, where everyone else is dumb.
He's not completely terrible. I do like that he's trying to do something, and he's trying to investigate, but the only reason he gets as far as he does is because everyone is stupid.
Yeah, it's like comically stupid.
I get the impression, actually, that somebody may have even brought things up that we've talked about. And, in story meeting, it's like, okay, he gets to this point. Well, wouldn't this and this, like, wouldn't there be cameras on them? Wouldn't the overseer of 31 see him and realize this is not Betty, and yada, yada, yada. And you know that if they sat down and had a writer's meeting, it's like, but we have to open the door because that's how the plot progresses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I like this line in particular, though, real quick. He has intelligence 5 in an intelligence 1 world. It's so fucking true.
But yeah,
that's actually not a joke.
Why the fuck would Bud have this plan of the 3 interconnected vaults that he's in control of? He's in a fucking Roomba for some reason. Why would he not have access to be able to see into all 3 vaults? Oh, well, he can't, because everyone in Vault 32 has been dead for 2 years, and he... Like, them finding out about that too soon would fuck up Moldaver's plans. They would know it's fake, because everyone would be dead in there.
Yep.
Yeah, stuff happens because it has to for the plot to go forward. It's just dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I am going to add that to the not quite conclusion section to the end of episode 8 in the script.
Why is it every time I open my mouth, you add a page?
Because reasons. You point out a lot of things that, like, I've already covered why that's dumb, but it's just a good example for not the conclusion, but like the summary at the end of the show before I move into the thing, where I just like, yeah, I should put that there. God, it is so bad. I hate.
It is kind of impressive how utterly dog shit it is. Like, you almost couldn't do this bad of a show if you tried.
It was presentation aesthetics and key jangling that got them through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, let's face it, Goggins acting. The guy can chew a scene.
Yeah.
Which is why they put him so much in the trailer, too.
Yeah, just thinking on it just now, I do feel like I find his scenes, for the most part, the least insufferable, and it's probably carried exclusively through his acting.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the character itself is really dumb, and a lot of the stuff he does is really dumb, but the acting is spot on. I mean, even when he's doing things like the bit where he's like, the guy comes home and he's eating at the table, and you have that tense moment. It's like he really carries it, even though it's kind of a dumb plot point. The whole thing leading up to shooting the kid is like, why? But it's still carried well.
It's like they wanted to. Wait a minute. You know what it is? Remember, they said the Fallout TV show was created by the people that worked on Westworld. They wanted him to be their black gunner, their black gunsman.
Oh God, you're right.
That's exactly who he was supposed to be. And they didn't have the talent to pull it off.
So, I haven't watched Westworld. Do I need to watch a few episodes of this show to add another page to the script to do that comparison?
I don't think that'll be really necessary.
I don't think it's necessary, but if you want to absolutely dunk on him, you could.
Like, no, I was not that into Westworld, but even I'm getting the references. Kind of like, yeah, they wanted this dramatic character that would basically create this looming figure, and he's supposed to be the bad. Yeah, hell, even down to the fact that he has his own musical sting that keeps coming in at inappropriate moments. Well, that's with the music in the entire show. So,
God, the fucking yodeling.
Yeah. I mean, okay, it was fun the first couple of times. Stop.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't even. Yeah,
now it finally gets to the point where it's like the the mysterious stranger from the game. It's like, okay, I get it. You have your musical sting. Shut up. Do your shot. Now get out of here.
It doesn't help that this is a post Wonder Woman like TV show, and Jesus Christ, the moment that happened, every single person I know immediately made the Wonder Woman joke. But they're like, oh God, it's the Wonder Woman. She's gonna come in and she's gonna R someone again. Oh no.
The ghoul's on screen. Ah! Yeah. When I edited episode 1, I used that fucking screaming cowboy song as clips after the yodeling.
Yeah. What? No.
What? Oh, it's so fucking just. Oh God.
Unlike Kree, I actually liked quite a bit of the pre-war stuff because I liked them trying to build up the backstory for everything. It's just the payoff was so horrible. It retroactively made me hate everything that had come before it.
I hated all the pre-war stuff. And one of the biggest ones was it did that one trope that I can't stand, the one that like instantly makes my blood boil, and it's the man is talking to his wife and talking about how rough it was in the war, and she's like, I had it hard too, you know. I got to sit here at home where it was safe and sleep in a warm bed and eat good food and see our daughter every day. It was difficult for me. Go fuck yourself. You can hang yourself. Jesus Christ.
You weren't here and that made it horrible for me. Really, hun?
Yeah. Really, honey? How do you think I felt? You weren't there and I was getting shot at and watched my friends die and get injured horribly. I have all kinds of mental trauma.
Men go to war, women most affected.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that really gets me real fast.
Most of the pre-war scenes, like that one such mention I hated, but most of them just seemed like a waste of time to me. It's not that I hated them or liked them or whatever. It's just that it felt like it was just filler. It felt like it wasn't really leading to anything, and like we do eventually get the payoff of, oh yeah, we're Vault Tech and we're going to nuke the world for no reason, but
To win
everything
capitalism.
everything
I think if we had gotten rid of all that stupid shit and simply built up more of what was going on with the characters, the motivations, the factions in the current day, it would have been a lot better. I mean, I do
I
like the pre-war stuff. There, a lot of the pre-war scenes, especially like the voice actor for Codsworth and him explaining, it's like, yeah, they basically stole my voice, and I don't know. Yeah, it's like, okay, he's explaining Hollywood politics, and I actually appreciated that because that's kind of true to life. But at the same time, yeah, they could have done a lot more with the same time.
yeah, it wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have minded it as much if they did more with it, because at this, with what we have in season one, it just felt superfluous as opposed to like anything substantive.
Mhm.
Even with like, even if we were to assume the big reveal isn't completely stupid, which it is, but if we assume it wasn't, it still feels superfluous. Um,
Yeah, that's
and
why I'm
it just
saying that
needs
the
more
big
flesh.
reveal. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the big reveal retroactively destroyed most of that for me because it all built up to that.
Yeah. Go grab the super chat quickly. $10 from Irish John. Thank you. With the Tremors movies being shown lately, you'd think they'd make more giant beast-type monsters to give specific areas more identity in the Fallout setting.
Gulper.
I don't think they can. Yeah, I don't think they have the creativity to come up with giant monsters or like interesting things in any setting. It's Bethesda. Like they aren't known for their creativity.
Yeah, they're creatively bankrupt at this point.
You notice that they butchered two well-known names from the games, the Fiends and the Gulpers, on things that are not Fiends or Gulpers.
Yep. And like they fucking butchered more than that because they butchered all the characters from New Vegas that make an appearance.
Well, I mean,
They're
it's like if you're going to
completely fucked.
introduce a new monster, you can call it by something different and increase the lore instead of just remember Gulper, the name Gulper, not this Gulper, because that's not a Gulper. That's not from the game, but if you use the name Gulper,
You know what? You know what that reminds me of? Have you ever played? This goes for Kree as well. Have you guys ever played the MMO Black Desert Online?
No.
nope, seen it. Wasn't
So
my cup of, but I know what you're talking about.
yeah, so I have a like I played it because I worked for MMO Grinder at the time, so I had to play it. But it did something similar where it had all these different trees, and I'm not going to get into the whole thing about how the crafting system in that game was fucked. But it had all these different types of trees, right? And so you would go up to this white barked tree with little black spots on it, and then you'd be like, okay, yeah, that's a birch tree. And then you'd go and go to highlight it and harvest it, and it's like, this is an ashwood tree. And it's like, what? And then you would go to a palm tree, and it's like, okay, that's a palm tree. And then it'd be like, this is a birch tree. And it's like, what? It's like, what? And then everyone's like, oh, it doesn't matter that they're different. This is a different world. It's like, but they're real world names, and you have the actual real world thing in. They're just named wrong. Like, what? Why? Why would you do that?
That sounds so stupid. Holy shit.
It is. Oh, this. Okay, I will not go deep into the crafting system, but I'll just talk about trees and only trees. So you need lumber to create things in the crafting system. So like if you want to build a boat, you need lumber. Obviously, you need wood.
Yeah.
So you go and you attack the trees, right? Well, okay, and you harvest the trees, and you're harvesting these trees, and you're getting like birch, 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 and then at the very end, you might get a thing that says log. And the crafting specifically needs log, not birch or ashwood or yew or anything. It needs log. You need a generic log that you have a random chance of getting from the trees.
What?
Oh my god. that fucking game drives me insane.
Yeah, that sounds infuriating.
I've chopped this entire birch tree into equal segments. One of these must be a log.
Exactly.
Also, I just noticed, Calbeck, Discord rearranged our icons again.
Eh.
Anyways, we've been talking quite a bit about not the video we're covering today. We're over a half hour in and we haven't even started the video.
We're making good progress though. We're quick on this one.
Well, yeah, just think, we're 35 minutes in and we're 28 minutes into the video, so we are making record time.
Yeah, we've actually we've magically like done a minute for minute basically.
Yeah.
It's a fucking miracle for.
Yeah. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
In the end, our team morale was really high, and we were excited about whatever our next project was going to be. The next thing I'm going to talk about is what happens to our collaboration and the way we work when the work starts to get really difficult.
Right.
So we're moving.
I just love that that's the picture because it's like, yeah, I think everybody would say that was pretty fucking difficult on everyone involved, including the players. Like, holy shit, that was a disaster.
When things get hard, what were you doing before that? Is like when it's easy, you're just winging it?
No, you heard the separations of things. It was like this is
Yeah.
the most weird, like non-unified vision nonsense I've ever fucking heard.
Oh yeah. In the previous episode of STAG.
Yes.
I genuinely am curious as to what they're going to say here, because is it hard because this was a different kind of project being multiplayer, or was it hard because this is the one that got fucking shit on by everyone?
Yeah. Like everybody. You only had some like corpo shills that really went to bat for this thing real hard.
And
I'm
stupid
willing to
people who
bet
quit their
that-
day job then in order to do Fallout 76 videos full time.
Yeah, but it's their life.
I think what they're going to be saying here in a minute is that because they were working with a studio they weren't used to.
Oh no.
Mm.
So we're gonna get an excuse for just how bad Fallout 76
Yeah,
was?
yeah. Watch. They already said this is what makes it hard. When it's hard, you have to do this. So, and this is their intro to 76. They haven't talked to about 76 to this point, have they?
Nope.
Not yet.
So this is the point they're introing it, and they're saying, by the way, guys, this is hard. This is what we call foreshadowing.
Forward in time here to Fallout 76 now, and the two things to keep in mind are we're scaling up internally as well as working with external studios more than we had ever done before.
COVID!
Of course, they're making excuses. Jesus Christ.
As well as
Guys,
taking on.
Your games are so shallow that people can recreate them in less than a month. Like this is not difficult. What you do is not difficult in the slightest. You make it harder through the way you work. It's same problem CD Projekt Red had when it came to Witcher 3. Now that ended up being fantastic, but it's lucky they had enough time to actually work on that. But a lot of internal memos and a lot of like complaints from employees were the fact it was the literal equivalent of 500 people asked to dig a trench with spoons instead of giving 5 people shovels. Like it's the same fucking problem you have here. You guys are so fragmented into different departments that barely speak to each other or know what each other's fucking doing that it's not a fucking surprise that you make it difficult.
Actually, I was watching Indigo Games and their bit where they were going over what happened with Interplay falling out and Bethesda taking over and the difference between the two companies.
Mm.
And one thing I got into with somebody else in the comments was when Fallout 1 and 2 were being created, you had much smaller teams because you didn't need to have big old physics engines and all these collisions and animations for everything, and then having everything tested for interacting. You still had a deep need for artists and for animation and whatnot, but the focus was on writing and on making complex systems because you needed that to make it interesting. But once you went 3D first person, fully animated with a physics engine, you began devoting more and more and more resources to the environment and not what you were doing with it.
Especially, like, I guess more in the interaction terms of it, because the environmental stuff, again, that was the joke where Bethesda will keep showing off its like worlds and environments, its actual like
Mhm.
generated stuff. It's like that stuff a computer can shit out in 30 minutes.
Yeah, if you have
Like-
the computer generated itself, but you still have to make models, you still have to test for collision, you still have to set the
Yeah, yeah.
bounds and everything.
But
This
saying,
is
with how Bethesda works,
Mhm.
and they always focus on how pretty the world looks, and they show their trees and they show
Yeah.
their like environments, stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, that's shit that could be done super fucking quick. That's not even an afternoon's work.
Right. Well, what I'm trying to point out here is just the sheer amount of resources that go into the environment instead of the writing anymore. The writing is now the sideshow. That's why they give it to somebody like email. It doesn't really matter. It's because that's not what's going to get reviewed. It's the, oh, look at the fidelity of the world. It isn't this pretty, and see that mountain, you can go to it. So the difference between Fallout 1 and 2 and then 3 was simply you had to have good story. You had to have a complex RPG system because that's what kept people interested.
Mm.
If it was just, slapped together animation and pictures and graphics, is like, okay, that'll impress people for about 10 minutes, and then they're on to something else.
No. I guess the thing is that it's because the industry of reviewers has been so fucking brain dead and bought for so long that they make them like only look at look how pretty the godways are.
I would say in that regard, I've said it before. There's two factors regarding games journalism that have really made it go downhill since the 90s. I mean, it wasn't terribly great then, let's be honest.
Mhm.
But back then, somebody who was working for a magazine could expect to actually get a salary and pay for the amount of time that they'd spend 40 hours in a week playing one game through to completion and being very thorough with it. You can't do that and make a living as a writer anymore because nobody pays salary.
Yep.
It's like you get paid your advertising revenue from hits on your articles.
Yeah,
and you got
paid per video. That was my
so you got to chunk out maximum amount of content, but nobody expects you to be thorough. Nobody has 40 hours in a week to dump into one game for one article. They'll never pay the bills that way. That's the problem. So you have these big ass open world games that require, I mean, look at fucking Starfield. You have people with negative reviews with hundreds of hours into the game because it's taking them that long to figure out there ain't shit here.
I don't know how it took them that long to figure out there ain't shit here. You can figure that out in the first few hours.
Because they keep hoping. There's that hope. There's that hope that's dragging in front of them like a carrot on a stick.
The hope that's spelled with a C.
So if I go a little further, I'll find something.
Gamers yearn for 250-hour-long reviews of Skyrim.
I mean, clearly they yearn for 20-hour-long reviews of Skyrim.
There's a market.
Yeah. And again, this is why I think games media needs to fucking die. Like, we have a way better system. Total Biscuit was a way better games reviewer and journalist than any of the industry was put together.
Oh, that was the other point I was going to make, because it's an oversaturated market.
Mm.
That's why the shares and the value of any given article are so slim, because there's shitloads of articles out there.
Yep.
If you do a Skyrim review for a professional outlet, congratulations, you're one of 1,000. Once upon a time, you'd be one of 6.
That was the whole thing too. When working for Angry Joe as a writer, was having to do all the daily articles for his site, and that was just like eventually, because I had to do all the daily articles and write for the videos and everything too. It just got to the point where I was like, I'm just gonna have to fucking go in and parrot things that are already being said and give links out to all these other fucking things, because I can't focus a time to do just an article I want to do. But at least the other thing too is I had to do all the artwork and stuff for the articles as well. So what I would do for the artwork is then I would hide Dark Souls references and everything.
Admiral Tony Donnie just said something interesting there. I actually didn't know this. Email was a game reviewer before he became a developer?
Yep.
He was.
That kind of suggests that he understood how to game reviews.
Mm.
He knew what to feed them.
So maybe I'm overthinking it, but does that not imply that he knew what to put into video game writing to get people like just clap for it type thing?
It actually makes sense from that point of view. And if you look at a lot of what's in these major games, when you have a reviewer who can't dedicate more than a couple of hours to writing a piece, what are they going to experience? They're going to experience the first hour or so of the game.
And that's
then
why
they're going to type it up.
Them.
Yeah, that's why they front load it. That's why you don't see all the real problems that crop up 10, 20, 30 hours in.
Well, I mean, to be fair, problems do start cropping up immediately. They're just slightly better hidden.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all the ooh wow is up front.
On
a multiplayer project, which we also had never done before. And the first thing I want to cover is the easy stuff. And what I mean by that is the stuff that was at least as fast to iterate on or as fast to kind of get the content into the game as it was in previous projects, compared to previous projects. So during Fallout 76, we were able to do basic level design almost as fast as we had done it during previous Bethesda projects. We were able to build out our worlds up to the level you kind of can see here. We could add in encounters.
Again,
what do you see
that all
here?
makes... Yeah, that'll make sense because this is stuff that a computer can shit out in 30 minutes.
I'm more referring to the plant that's clipping through the pillar on the right.
Nice. Good catch. Yeah, I was just taking what they're saying more at face value, and it's like, yeah, no, this is I would hope that this would be easy to do because this is something that somebody can do in 1/10 of a workday. So I would hope that you wouldn't have somehow figured out how to make this like painful and terrible to work with.
Well, the folks I've seen working on like Hotline Miami, for example, or Hotline Miami. Why the fuck did I say Hotline Miami? Fallout Miami, they actually put a lot of work and craft into it, but they're also creating new assets. Here, these people were essentially working with primarily and almost exclusively assets from Fallout 4 that were already there. So they just had to line up stuff. In a lot of cases, it was just like, here's the template. We have an idea. This is what we want to do for a building. Boom, there's your template. Now just modify it to whatever you need. So yeah, I can understand how they're able to do things fast. They already got it down pat from Fallout 4. They already had it worked out in the GEC or the creation kit now, I guess. And okay, here you go, just boom. But my problem with this is that you really need to have the story down first, because otherwise, what are you going to be putting down in the map in the first place? And he's talking about doing the map first. That worries me a little. It's like, did you decide, hey, we want to do our level design first and then come up with a story to match to it?
Well, I mean, I don't think that can necessarily be a bad thing. Like, New Vegas was obviously based around real-world locations, largely. Or almost exclusively, in terms of, like, actual terrain. Mm-hmm. And they can make it work. I can imagine it working either way, really.
Well, sure, world space, sure. But to me, like, if you're going to start laying down actual levels, there's world space design, then there's level design.
Good point.
Yeah. So
I apologize. I am back. I did not mean to leave your midpoint for you.
I didn't even know you left.
Yeah, I said it real quick. So I was trying not to cut off Calbeck's flow.
No problem.
Had to grab my food.
$10 from Ian Bear. Yay, thank you. The best games were made by small teams of autists, locked in rooms, high on caffeine and meth, going at it like mad dogs without even a whiff of HR within 100 kilometers.
That's just straight up a description of game development in the 90s. And the early 2000s, I'd say.
That was always the joke in like in Andrew Branca's streams, everything like that, and all the older attorneys, stuff like that. They'd be like, "You need to understand something." In the '90s, everybody was on crack. Everyone had cocaine. Everybody. It was just a way of life. That's how shit got done. You have caffeine today. We had cocaine.
Jesus.
We could do all kinds of the things we needed to do on previous projects to kind of flesh our locations out. But the biggest hurdle comes in when we need to deal with a multiplayer element. If we want to play our level with another player or play through our location with a quest enabled, that would require the server to be spun up to support all of this. And our iteration time typically at Bethesda during non-multiplayer projects is about a minute to kind of see your changes in game, which is pretty fast, and we came to rely on that. We could also push changes to the game that was already running, so we could.
If it's only a minute to see your changes, then how'd you let so many bad, not you personally, but you in Bethesda, let so many bad changes get through? Holy fuck.
Are these the Bethesda guys, or are these the guys they brought on board?
These
are the Bethesda guys.
Former Bethesda guys who worked on, let's see, Skyrim, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Starfield.
Oh, yeah, that's all from the previous show, yeah.
If it's only a minute, it has to be pretty superficial small shit, right? Not necessarily, because it could take you an hour or two, or even a fucking week to make the changes. But then updating the game to play the change would be like, yeah, you can probably do that in a minute on a single player game, where like you push the update through and start testing it.
Yeah, but that's basically polishing iterations.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like they're talking about doing that in like the initial stages, where they're trying to suss out how they would lay out an area with multiplayer in mind. And to me, to be perfectly honest, I don't think you should ever do that. You shouldn't say, how will this place work with multiplayer like it's a fucking arena? It's like this is role-playing game, it's open world exploration, it's a building. It's a dungeon, it's a sewer, it's a whatever. It's like the players should be figuring that out for themselves. The only difference is, are you deliberately creating areas where only one player can get through? That would be the only thing that you need to concern yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate when games take settings like, oh yeah, here's a building that people are living in, and they have to really, really gamify it rather than just like have it be a building. And you see this a lot in Elder Scrolls in particular, where in like the Imperial forts in I guess both Skyrim and Oblivion, as well as the Dwarven ruins and stuff, where it's like these are crazy fantasy dungeons, but these are ruins of places where either people had to live or they're forts that used to be manned, and it's like it feels like a fantasy dungeon, which I mean it is, but it shouldn't feel that way.
Yeah, I've always said that. No, go ahead.
None of the forts are in like particularly good strategic locations. They're not like protecting anything of vital importance. I think there's only one that's actually on a major road, for God's sakes. So, try to protect that. And that major road is also in a bottleneck. Like they're just haphazardly placed. The forts themselves aren't designed to actually be defensible in the slightest. It is wild and baffling.
Oh yeah, it's horrible.
None of them have moats or anything around them. Only one of them has like a pseudo cliff, and I call it pseudo cliff because it's only like 10 feet high.
Well, it's like I've always said about. I was going to say about Whiterun's walls, as these are completely indefensible. Nobody, you can't actually get up to the walls to defend them, even if you want. They seem to only exist in case a giant comes wandering out of nowhere. Bonk! Oh, that's a city. I go the other way.
Well, even that, like half of their walls are also like so degraded that a person, even in full combat load back then, could just jump up, grab the wall, and climb over.
Yeah,
and that's all over the place in Whiterun.
And it's a major city. I mean, it's just there's
and of course the major bandit encampment that's less than 30 feet from their fucking gate.
So yeah, it's just like it's gamified design that doesn't make any sense. It's there to look pretty. Don't ask questions. Just go on by.
I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen the clip from Galaxy Quest where there's just that hallway with all the like spinning blades and crushing traps and everything.
Yeah,
It's like, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
It was in the show, so it has to be in the ship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
They're like,
basically
"Who
what it
would write
is.
this?" That's literally what Sigourney Weaver's character's like. Who the hell writes this garbage?
Whoever wrote this should die.
I love that they had to ADR her lines because they decided they wanted to go for a lower rating.
Mhm.
Because she says, "Oh fuck that," and then they ADR'd it, and her lips nothing matches up, and it sounds so much different. And she says, "Oh screw that."
Mhm.
It's the only ADR line they had to actually do to fix it to get a
They
lower
built
rating.
the
So it was
ship
like, might as well.
according to what was in the show. They had to put it in there somewhere.
It is a fantastic show. It is widely considered like when people at like Star Trek fan conventions and things like that were rating like the best Star Trek movies.
Mhm.
Galaxy Quest is always in like the top 3, even though it's not even like a Star Trek movie. Everybody considers it to be one, spiritually so, because it's literally a warts and all love letter to the entire Star Trek series.
Yeah, I need to watch it at some point.
Oh, you've never seen Galaxy? Oh, Jesus
I
Christ!
said that already.
I'm
That's
sorry.
what he led with. He led with you've never seen it before.
It did not enter my brain that there's somebody on the planet who has not seen Galaxy Quest.
Mm-hmm. I just love that they have the thing, the Omega-13 device. They have no idea what it does.
Don't spoil.
But they built it anyways.
Yeah,
It's so fucking funny.
and they even built it with not knowing what it would do. That was great.
Yes, they just made it.
Anyways.
Could do some changes almost instantaneously. Once we had to deal with a server, we ended up dealing with kind of iteration times that could go anywhere from 3 minutes up to 10 minutes on a bad day if the server's having issues that day. But basic level design, we could still build out the world and stuff without having to rely too much on the server spinning up, which really benefited us in the long run.
It sounds like they're not using generation to do some of these dungeons, like they are building them by hand.
I don't think so. I think more they're using assets and snapping things together.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, and I guess you
That's-
could technically say that's by hand, but I don't know. I get more like,
Well, I mean,
That's how everybody who does construction and creation kit does it that I've seen.
yeah, because if you, even as far back as Morrowind, if you open up the construction set, you'll see tile sets for different dungeons, like, Dwarven Room Corner, Dwarven Room Middle, Dwarven Hallway, three-way, four-way, corner, stairs, stuff like that.
Yeah, they're all in sections. The thing here would probably be that once they have a basic idea for how a generic structure would go together, they can just save it, create a duplicate, and put it somewhere else, and then adjust it as they need. So they can save a lot of time doing that.
Yeah.
But virtually everything you see in the scene here, like the poster, the computer off in the corner of the desk, the shelves and whatnot, those all have to be hand placed. All the props do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
As far as building out the world, there was other caveats to that I'll bring up later. We also got to start with Fallout 4 assets from the beginning. This was a luxury we'd never been able to use before, other than going from a project into DLC where you can just hit the ground running and work right away. So we were able to do that on Fallout 76, and that really helped us. The combination of hit the ground running at the beginning as well as have the iteration time to build out the world was really beneficial to us. World art was also able to iterate just about as fast as we were for the same reasons. We were able to get the world blocked out, the landscape, or kind of define where our locations were going to go, and we had all the assets to kind of block all this stuff out right away. This was really beneficial to us because the map, as we had scoped it for 76, was to be about four times the size of Fallout 4. So all these benefits to world building were really helpful to us.
Isn't that map a lot more empty, though, than Fallout 4's is? Because Fallout 4 has, like, a massive city taking up a third of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, a lot of it is wilderness because it's set in the Appalachians, so it's going to be very hilly, very woody.
Yeah.
And very sparsely populated.
Yep.
Well, scattered all over hell, but yeah. You have technically more urban areas than you do in Fallout 4, but it's like split all over the place.
The next thing I want to talk about is the hard stuff, and that's the opposite of the easy stuff, which is the stuff that just...
The hard stuff is
Really?
the opposite of the easy stuff. Holy shit, slow down.
No kidding.
I need to break out the notepad for this one. God damn.
This is Sesame Street level.
I guess
One dungeon.
Can we just call this guy? Can we just call this guy Grover? The easy stuff, hard stuff.
took longer on this project for various reasons that I'll start to explain as we go through the different examples. First off, the multiplayer hurdles that came up, especially for level design when it came to scripting our locations, even if you were knowledgeable with our proprietary scripting language from previous projects, adding in the hurdles of multiplayer could really cause issues with even somebody who's used to the scripting. Knowing which events and which functions fire on the server versus the client was enough to kind of make some level designers not want to script anymore because of the added confusion and the iteration.
I mean,
because you didn't have multiplayer in the original script. Anything multiplayer, you had to catch and shove into the existing scripting system.
And you know what you could have done here? You could have talked to a company that's really closely associated with you guys, who actually was making a MMO, for God's sake. Like, why in the fuck didn't you guys talk with ZeniMax Online Studios? Why? Why in the shit? Like, the pettiness between Bethesda and ZeniMax Online Studios is fucking wild, and it's all coming from Bethesda.
Oh
I mean, the whole reason, the reason why they're basically stuck at a 64-player cap. Hey, Pagan!
Meh.
Oh my god, he exists. He escaped. Damn, I thought that cheese trap was going to hold him long.
Mr. Floppy Ears cannot be held.
I kept getting woken up because of family crap, so ended up making me more tired as it went on, and finally got up.
Well, you're here now. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
We
were just talking about the difference between easy and hard.
Did you know that hard is the opposite of easy, Pagan?
Does that mean easy is the opposite of hard as well?
No, I don't think people are ready for that. I think that's too advanced.
Whoa, hold on, man. I just woke up. This is some complicated shit you're throwing at me, okay?
Just light up a reefer and slide into it. You'll be fine. Oh, no, this shit that they're talking about right now, they're talking about how difficult it was to do multiplayer using the scripting system. And, these people, even if you were knowledgeable of our proprietary scripting system, you mean the one that's for single player?
Yeah, this is the obvious things, like you should have known we're going to be a hurdle to begin with. I don't know why, hopefully they'll say that they planned for this in mind, but if they don't, if they say that they were scrambling or anything like that during this speech, it's going to be a fucking disaster.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah. Other than what I was awake for when we initially covered this, I have not seen anything else about it.
Oh.
So I have no clue what has been said since then.
This video has been quite revealing about Bethesda's processes and actually answers a lot of questions of why everything is... Hey, Pagan, did you know that the USS Constitution is a
No!
World War One ship?
Nah!
Fuck off.
They said it how many times? Like half a
3.
dozen different times.
At
3
least
times.
3.
At least 3 times.
But yeah, it definitely reveals a lot, and I think I said last stream that I want to make a video covering this and going through it, just because it does explain a lot. Like the fact that, apparently quest designers really are just left on their own to do fucking whatever with little oversight, which alone explains a lot.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. Let me guess. It's just a bunch of incompetent, like, idiots making
It's
video games.
It seems like it's a bunch of well-meaning individuals with no real oversight or plan cadging and cobbling things together.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Which makes sense because there's so many, like, disparate ideas that don't fit together put into these games and have little substance to them. And
contradict and things like that, because again, they don't have anybody that's doing checks on these things.
Because their whole aspect, the whole thing that they're going for is just the emotional punch of any given moment.
yeah, it's like trying to make a collage with like 100 other people, and like you have a vague idea of what you want to do, but no one is on the same page and everyone just does their own thing, so like nothing matches up in the end. You can't make your fucking collage.
Wow.
Yep.
Duration time just to test if they did anything proper anyway. Early on in Fallout 76, I decided to script up or add some scripting elements to a location that were elements that I had done before. That way the only hurdles I'd run into were the multiplayer ones. And I was also trying to figure out what a interesting multiplayer, Fallout location would be, because that was a new thing for us. And I settled on this set of haunted cabins. This is Alpine River cabins. And you can come here alone, obviously, or with...
Now, when you say haunted,
Oh no.
do you mean like local legend, or do you mean spooky ghosts are here? Because
Like actually haunted.
I'm gonna have a problem with one of those.
So
a group
these
of friends
are,
just with
I'm sorry, it's like, welcome to Nuke's Hollywood Getaway Cabins.
Oh god.
a group of friends or just with random players, and you'll discover that there's haunted picture frames that spin randomly, there's doors that will slam closed every once in a while.
This doesn't require multiplayer or anything. This is just standard scripting.
Yeah, this isn't even like...
No, it's not even, on top of that, I'm just talking...
But you could say, if we were getting the super caveat, being as good faith as possible, that this was set up as a tourist trap, and maybe like these things are scripted, like in the real world, scripted to do this, to be like, oh, it's so haunted. That door opened on its own, and it just has like mechanisms in the door that open and close it and move it and stuff.
Yeah, Knott's Berry Farm used to have attractions like that.
Yeah. It's like that, like, again, as best faith as fucking possible, that this was a tourist trap sort of thing.
Of course it's not going to be, but yeah.
I'm hoping they're like, it's a tourist trap, please. Please don't actually be real ghosts.
Distant screaming, I'd spawn enemies randomly. And keen-eyed players could spot power cables that would bounce between the cabins as well as head up into the trees. And if you follow them up into the trees, you'll find a treehouse overlooking the...
Thank God! It was right!
I have to bite my tongue. Congratulations on calling it.
Yeah, holy shit.
I seriously thought they were just going to do it and just do it straight.
Yeah, so it is 100% actually just a tourist trap. Thank God.
Thank God.
The cabins, and all of the haunted sequences are set to be automated, so it's just firing through all of them and players are experiencing them. You can actually turn off the terminal sequence and then affect them yourselves, so you can mess with your friends or other random players that are passing by. What this ended up kind of proving out is that the difficulty and the hurdles that multiplayer added to kind of our not only our scripting and understanding that, but also our iteration time, and ended up limiting the number of unique gameplay experiences we could add to our individual locations. And that was really something we did a lot in previous projects, was just add a little more scripting to bring up the story some or make our location more memorable.
Oh my God! This is bog standard bullshit.
Yeah, this is nothing. But also the fact that they said that they did this and they worked really hard to make other things more memorable. It's like, oh my God, how did you fuck that up that bad then?
And they're saying that this is their idea of multiplayer. This is single player content that you can just show off to or share with other players.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, hey, everybody, look at the huge build that I did in Fallout 4. Here's my settlement.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you can build all kinds of shit that has no value in the game whatsoever, but why'd you do it? To make a video about it, show it off to your friends, or whatever. This is the same thing, only in-game. It's not like you're saying, I need multiple players in order to experience this.
Yeah, even something as simple as, hey, we need to activate these two terminals at the same time to unlock this door.
Something.
That is a multiplayer experience. It requires another person.
Yeah.
Or it's like, I'm going to flip the switch here. Did a code pop up where you're at when that happened? Like an error code, we can trace that and see that this other thing's not working and why. Like, there you go. I mean, a mystery you can build into it that you need multiple players in order to fully experience. This is so shallow. But the other thing here is this bit that's on screen right here. Multiplayer, limited, unique gameplay experiences. That's what I've always called the theme park dilemma. And it's true of any MMO ever. Because an MMO has to have static material that is created for all players. If you go into World of Warcraft and you go through the Kobold Dungeon, you have seen what everybody who goes through the Kobold Dungeon does, whether they go solo or as a team.
Yep.
It's the same fucking content. So, yeah, multiplayer limits unique gameplay experiences because you can't randomize it for everybody. The closest that you get otherwise is like when they try and do instances for Skyrim Online. But even that is very limited in what you can do. So,
well, a better example would be what Elder Scrolls Online does and what Lord of the Rings Online does.
Yeah, I said Skyrim Online, didn't I?
Well, I thought you were talking about the Skyrim Together mod. That's what I thought.
No. I was actually thinking of Elder Scrolls Online. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Elder Scrolls Online and Lord of the Rings Online have instancing, as you reference, but they also have choices that will fundamentally lock you out of seeing other instances based on the choices you make.
Yeah.
So, like, an example, a super early example for the Ebonheart Pact is, do you defend the fortress or you defend the docks? You have to pick one. And you're not allowed to go and help the other one. You don't have enough time, so you need to either stop the invading army that's trying to land troops, or the invading army that's going to try to teleport into the fortress. So you need to pick one, and whichever you pick, you seamlessly, like, there's no load screen or anything like that. You seamlessly travel into an instance that is particularly yours, that has changed what the battlefield looks like, what the game environment is, what's happening. In that area, like now that port, if you went to the port, now it's burning, and you see ships out in the harbor that are trying to land and everything. You see citizens trying to fight back, or citizens getting executed by invading soldiers and stuff.
In other words, a branching storyline.
Yep. And that's kind of the. And that is what makes it a unique experience, is because I always picked the docks, but I had like logistical reasons for it. But I know some of my other friends picked the fortress. And so they got to experience something completely different than I did. So there's an actual multiplayer limited unique experience, because I cannot go back and pick the fortress unless I do another character.
Right. And so here, their complaint is the same that every MMO does, and they didn't apply any of the things that, like I said, ESO had already learned.
Well,
like you said, ZeniMax could have told them.
that's why I also brought up Lord of the Rings Online, because Lord of the Rings Online was the first one that did this. It did instancing, where based on where you were in the story, you would have an instance that would trigger, and you would suddenly be like, you would go back to that city, but now say like you were in Hobbiton, and you progress the story a little bit more, and you come back, and now the Scouring the Shires happened.
Yeah, I remember enjoying LOTR online quite a bit until I wound up grinding pipeweed, and that's I kind of lost interest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's why this is kind of like this is stuff that was known about from other industries. This was a known quantity and a known capability that you could implement easily.
And instead, it's just like they're confused.
Yeah, and this whole thing, like, it makes it worse that ESO also does it because, again, you're Bethesda, and it's ZeniMax Online Studios. Sure, ZeniMax is your parent studio, but why can't you go talk to anybody that's working at ZOS? Why not?
I mean, it's not like you can necessarily copy the script over or anything, but you can study what they're doing with it and apply the same principles.
Yeah. Like, these are actual veterans at making multiplayer experiences, and you didn't talk to anybody?
Only thing I could think of is that, if I recall correctly, that they were given a short development period to actually come up with the base game. And so it just may have been, even if they had thought about it, it was not going to be something they would have time to implement, because that is actually complex. Because if you have to do a branching storyline, then you have, say, one quest, but it'll have, say, 3 or 4 different endings, and in between 5 or 6 different interstitials, instead of just one linear set that is all bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a bit.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It just...
So, oh my god, they're talking game design. Yeah.
No, I am interested in game design stuff. I want to make my own games, but at the same time, it is very easy for me to just fucking drift away.
But yeah, bottom line, multiplayer, limited, unique gameplay experiences only because you didn't actually use the assets available to you.
Yeah. Yeah, what he said.
This also ended up having a ripple effect of level design kind of unlearning that shared language they had developed with the Quest team because of using the Quest tools and doing scripting. Since we were doing less of that, all of the stuff that was benefited from it started to dissipate. Also, something to keep in mind that I mentioned at the beginning of the 76 section is our scale. We were kind of starting to scale up.
I just want to point out, I know that it's Moby Games credits, right? What is this slide specifically supposed to be showing? Like, this literally looks like a random nothing graph.
I think they're going to be doing a comparison and throwing in like 76 to show how it compares to.
I know, but compares in what way?
I know.
Yeah,
and 10 of what?
Yeah, what's the numbers on the side?
Yeah, what do these mean?
Up more than we ever had before, and kind of as a to set the pace here is we shipped Skyrim with a little over 100 developers, and the process we used to make this game is the one that Will and I have been kind of describing through this talk already. But as you look here, moving forward into Fallout 4, we didn't scale up that much more. We did bring in some outside help from Behavior Interactive on.
So
it's developers.
So wait a minute. Yeah, but here's the other problem though, is like the overwhelming majority are experienced developers in this. So you can't, your earlier statement where you were blaming the fact that you've scaled up as like, oh, this explains why 76 was bad. And
well, this is 4. This is 4 they're talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought he was specifically going to go Skyrim 76. Yeah,
That's
sorry.
what
I see it's just all 4. Yeah, okay. Well, let's find out.
I actually didn't know that they brought anybody from Behavior onto Fallout 4, but let's see.
Things like our rendering tech and some other graphics things, but our scale didn't change that much. We still ran with the same process when we developed Fallout 4. But as we move forward into 76, you can see that our scale just kind of goes to a level where we were not obviously expecting it. At this point,
Okay, so you actually talked to at least a couple ZeniMax Online people. They could have fucking helped your ass in this. What happened there?
I think we see part of the problem here.
This is
okay. First of all, massive expansion of BGS itself.
Yes,
that's a whole lot of new people coming on. And then, how many cooks do we have in this broth?
Yeah, and look, and it was a downsizing of Behavior Interactive. With the Behavior Interactive thing, they actually lost people there, gained a shit ton of people in Bethesda itself, and then they're talking to multiple other studios. The one that they should have been focusing on is in blue, ZeniMax Online. That should have been your highest priority of people to talk to.
Where actually in there is Behavior Interactive? Because you see ZeniMax, they're the dark blue, but Behavior's also a different shade of blue. And I'm is that in there?
No, they're not in there because there's the dark blue for ZeniMax, and then there's another shade. Can you use colors other than different shades of fucking blue? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, why don't you make one of these red, for God's sakes?
So,
I mean, at least Iron Galaxy stands out, and so does Arcane.
The one under ZeniMax is id, which means they.
So I'm assuming id only worked here, and they didn't have anybody from Behavior Interactive at all.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
But these are also all tiny fractions, just all of them put together versus what Bethesda Game Studios alone has.
Yeah,
most of that being new people.
We're talking probably like less than 10 people from Arcane, id, and ZeniMax each.
Just holy shit. And just imagine, I'm just imagining the organizational issues of communications back and forth. Because, it's not just the devs that they're talking to. Their dev has to have a team manager, and they have to have support manager and all this other shit. Oh my god.
Wait, this was a Bethesda presentation, and they have to use Moby Games credits to get their chart? Do they not keep track? These guys don't work at Bethesda anymore. They left.
No.
Yeah. And honestly, Bethesda might not have actually kept track, given how everything else has gone.
Given it's Bethesda.
Everything else we've learned in this talks and other talks, it sounds like that would be too much effort for them to do.
Behavior.
It seems like Bethesda's business model is we have a lot of money, we're going to throw it around, just get things done. Work it out, figure it out.
Behavior Interactive is under id. Okay, sure, but the fact that they separated implies that they had id and not Behavior Interactive.
I think that just may be that they're talking about the middle graft alone. Because obviously, it's if id then took over for Fallout 76, then they would have integrated whoever they brought over from Behavior. That makes more sense, but they're not explaining it. Then again, we haven't let them talk that much, so.
Yeah.
are double what we were on Fallout 4, even if you include our external help. We also are adding more external help from other studios that are kind of owned by the umbrella company that owns us. And also keep in mind the blue that defines BGS devs under Fallout 76 is not actually solid. It's made up of 4 Bethesda studios. So even internally, we're...
Oh my god. So it's even more fucking communication problems. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it sounds
this
like
is an organizational train wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, what else should we expect from Bethesda at this point? This makes total sense coming from them.
So there were 8 different studios working on Fallout 76 then, by what he just said. Because you have to split that BGS one up into 4 different studios. Good God, that's a fucking, like, communications nightmare.
Yeah. Especially when you're dealing with well over 300 people.
It's literally the joke that Shin Godzilla made about the Japanese government, where you have to have 15 fucking meetings to schedule an actual meeting that's on the minutes so you can get anything fucking done, because you have to go to 50 fucking different agencies and like subdivisions to get them all on the same page first.
Hey,
Holy
who's
shit.
working on the Grafton Mayor quest? I think that's Iron Galaxy. Okay, hang on. I'm going to get on the phone with them.
Yeah.
God damn it, they're not picking up. Okay, I'll leave a voice message. Okay, they got back to me a couple hours later. So-and-so who's in charge of the actual quest is out of the office for the day. But I can get them an email, and they're going to shoot it off to their people. And they'll get it back to our people. And by next Thursday, you actually get what you needed the same day.
Mm-hmm. Just awful, just genuinely awful.
And I want to point out too that it's not impossible for like different branches of a company to work at distance. Larian showed they could with Baldur's Gate 3, but we are talking about Bethesda here, which is Bethesda.
Larian actually has design documents, and they have oversight,
and they have
at
a
each
vision.
area. Yeah, they know exactly what they wanted to do. They specifically mentioned it as a highlight of having multiple studios around the world in particular, so that there was somebody always working at all times on the project.
Here is what we want done. You go and do that part. Bethesda, it's like, you go and do what you want, and then like slide it by us about when you're done with it, and then we'll see if it's okay, and we might make changes.
Maybe all that contradicts this one, but if we put them far enough apart, because we can't have them redo it.
Does it contradict? Do we have anybody checking one against the other? Not really. That would cost another guy.
Yeah.
We'd have to have somebody in here actually checking lore. No, seriously. With all the people that they had here, 300 now? That looks like about 325 developers. You think that they could just have one guy set aside as like, what are you? Oh, I am the chief lore officer. I just check everybody else's shit to make sure it matches up. That's all.
There's no such role at Bethesda.
No, there isn't. It would be the cheapest damn thing they could do too.
Yeah, they absolutely need it. What's funny is that they're... Go ahead.
If anyone has that position, it's like an honorary title. It's like, yes, you are our lore master. What do I do as lore master? Nothing. Because we don't give a fuck.
It should more be like you have this one office in the building. It's dark, dingy, is full of cigarette smoke, and off in the corner is a dimly lit desk. And it's like, hey, you want to make changes to your quest? Go see the lore master, get it past them. Sir? Are you in here?
Yeah. He's the guy that's in the old filing room.
Yes.
He's just like
surrounded by musty tomes and dusty cabinets.
Yeah, and his computer is an old fucking Windows 3.
Windows 3.1, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, can I go ahead and get this extra dialogue into this quest? Let me take a look at that, Sonny. Reach up to the high stacks and you pull down this giant volume.
Let me consult the wisdom of the ancients.
Yes, that does actually fit with their character. I'll allow it.
Yeah, he flips to the page finally, and there's like, oh, there's some dust here. Hold on, and he blows on it to blow the dust off, and the page actually crumbles and goes away. Oh, dang.
I'll make it up anyways.
That's the 15th one this day.
And meanwhile, what is it actually? It's literally Todd just munching away on some Doritos. Do whatever you want, guys. I don't care. I'm busy.
Yeah. What's funny is that even companies that actually have a lore specialist still fuck this shit up. Like, Blizzard was a prime example, and unfortunately they made fun of the guy. It was,
oh, wow.
Was it Yellow Shirt Guy, or was it Red Shirt Guy? There was a fan that asked a question. Yeah. The fan asked the question of, like, hey, why did you say that this one character's dead? He's still alive. He never died. And so, like, Blizzard made fun of him at that conference, and they kept making fun of him. And then they put him in the game as, like an honor, air quotes, but obviously it was to make fun of him even more. That he's the guy that's specifically there to let you know that this one character is still in fact alive.
Yeah, the Wildhammer lore master or fact checker or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's the Wildhammer dwarf clan.
Yep. And it was just like, guys, he was pointing out a legitimate fuck up you guys did, and you guys are supposed to be the lore masters in this fucking game, and you don't even know your own lore. Like, it doesn't look good for you.
And all that being said, compared to Bethesda,
Yeah. And at least Blizzard's fans pointed out the fact that they made a fuck up. So, you know, at least they're at least better than Bethesda's fans.
Trying to communicate remotely and figure out how that works. And now at this level of scale, it's impossible for any one person to know everybody on the team. And it's also much more difficult than ever to know who does what, who you're supposed to report to. So that
what? This is a problem with your fucking leadership then. This is shit that should be ironed out from day one. Like, you know that you report to this guy, and this guy's gonna tell you what to do, and because that guy will report to this guy. Like, there should be a fucking chain of command in place, and you're telling us that nobody had any idea on anything? Did they not even know who was in fucking charge of anything?
these people are making grunt IT techs sound like absolute wizards.
Yeah.
I mean, I worked in IT for 20 years. I've worked in places that had like 1,000 people on the floor doing their shit. Everybody knew who their team lead was. Everybody knew what they were doing, why they were doing it. This just sounds like somebody would walk in. Okay, you hired me yesterday. What am I supposed to do today? I don't know. Who am I supposed to report to? I don't know. You'll get an email eventually.
Yeah. At what point do I get the email? Who do I get the email from?
I don't know. Not my job.
It almost seems like they're doing small indie team like methodology for a company with hundreds of people, where if you have four guys in a room who are making a game and sharing responsibility, okay, that's fine. It's 4 guys in a room. Can't really do that with hundreds of people.
No, if you want the indie feel, what you do is you break it into teams that have clearly defined borders for what they're allowed to do and what their targets are, and then within that they can go ham.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is they're doing the 4 guys in a room method when they're more
for 400 people.
For 400 people.
Well, not quite that many, but yeah.
400 people from 8 different studios.
I mean, let's be honest, it's 325, but still.
Yeah. It's 8 studios.
Yeah, it's scaled up by 100, and they're still acting like it's a small team.
Yeah.
That just affects process all across the board. In the end, Fallout 76 has a rough launch.
That's a little bit of an understatement, my friend.
I was gonna say.
Well, you know what would make it less rocky is if you don't throw rocks in front of your cart as you're moving forward.
Yeah. What are you doing? I don't know. They just told me to empty the cart. Can you not empty the cart in front of the cart? Can you throw it in the back? They just told me to get rid of it any way I want. Please put it out the back. And they just keep.
Well, what kind of rocks you got here? Well, I got a helmet that's full of mold, and I got this nylon bag that's supposed to be much better quality.
Yeah,
it's like saying
I got this shit. I'm sorry, I'm starting to confuse it with other shit, but
saying Fallout 76 had a rocky launch, it's like saying the Challenger had a fucking rocky launch.
What I was going to reference was that Chinese missile that got launched by who knows what, and then like malfunctioned and crashed back into the fucking ground and blew up.
Well, to be fair, the Challenger only had one little problem.
The Challenger had one job: to remain in existence. It failed.
It's like, see this O-ring here? Little teeny thing. It just. I really want to hear what the rest of what they have to say about this rocky launch.
Yep.
We end up taking another year adding in human NPCs, dialogue for those human NPCs.
Wait, nothing?
They had nothing to say about it. Nothing. They
That's-
go into when they made the game even worse. That was the fucking like unbelievable part about Fallout 76 was that everyone was like, it's an RPG that doesn't have any NPCs with dialogue in it. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And then they put that in, and everyone's like, can we go back, please?
No, okay, one of my favorite bitch points about Fallout 76 and its design. The basic original concept, remember, was the players will make the content because the players will be the ones interacting, and so that's where the emergent gameplay will come from. And then we put it on these servers that reset basically automatically about every 6 to 8 hours.
Yep.
And you can't make anything permanent. They were talking about things like player-run towns. Like you could get 5 players together and have a little town because they could share their assets from their camps and make a little town. No, fuck you. John over there got booted because he got disconnected for some connection bullshit. Everything goes with him that he had. Oh, well, the server just reset, and you're now alone, and it's only your stuff on the new server. Fuck you. Yep. Persistent servers would have fixed everything, but no.
Yeah.
Just by design, having the rotating server, I don't know why the hell they would do that. Was it some attempt to, like, maximize server usage or something?
I have no idea. I just have to chalk it up to complete fucking incompetence.
Like, you can't have persistence.
They should have just talked to fucking ZeniMax Online Studios. They had apparently at least a couple people that were helping them. Why didn't you lean on them more? They're making an actual MMO.
Yeah, all you had to do was make it so that it would be persistent. Somebody can go away, come back, and their town is still intact, even if the players aren't all there at once. But anybody gets bumped off the server for any reason, all their shit goes with.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no persistence. There is therefore no community, and the only thing you really get are players trolling each other, PvE or PvP. There's nothing else to do.
You can't even do PvP right. But remember,
yeah,
you can't ambush anybody. You can't like jump somebody. You can't try to fight anybody else off. You have to mutually agree to the PvP.
I've done it exactly. A guy earned a bounty, and yes, I have 76. I have played it. Mm-hmm. And he earned a bounty, and so I went and hunted him down and sniped him from a distance and kept moving. He couldn't tell where the hell I was. I finally took him down, and he gets back up and he salutes, and I salute back, and we enjoyed the experience. That was it. There you go. I earned the bounty, and he's like, "All right, you got me."
Yeah, and again,
that's it. That's literally it.
That's only with the bounty system. If you try to like be a raider or anything and go attack somebody's base, they actually have to agree to being raided.
Yes.
They have to agree to being shot. If somebody like shoots you, because again, I've done 76 as well. I was in the press thing with it, and we wanted to test out the fucking PvP.
Were you in beta?
Yeah, the press.
There you go.
I was in the press beta.
Oh, okay.
Because I was with the Angry Joe show. No,
right.
Wait. No, I was with Immo Grinder at the time. But yeah, I was in the press beta. And yeah, it was a fucking disaster. It was an absolute disaster. Yeah. So all you have to do is if you see a guy come up and shoot you, you just ignore them. They literally can't do anything to you. But
unless you shoot back.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, they've agreed to mutual combat, and then suddenly the damage is turned on after that. It's so fucking dumb.
Somebody shoot you? Just ignore them. They can't legally fight you if you don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking dumb.
Then you got into all the exploits, the duplicatings, and everything else.
Entering the dev room was the best. Entering the dev room was the funniest fucking thing because, again, Bethesda has no idea how to make games. Holy shit. A fucking dev room exists with all of the items in the game in it. Naturally, every single hacker in existence is going to figure out how to get in that fucking dev room. Every single one of them, because it literally has every item in the game.
And everybody knows that that's how they designed it. It's going to be there.
Instance interior locations, so you can actually have quest content that can change state of the world. We end up adding all that content to the Wastelanders DLC, which ends up helping revive Fallout 76.
So Rocky launch and then like right into Wastelanders. Let's get past that Rocky launch as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about how much of a disaster it was and how incompetent everything was designed, and it was a total fucking failure. To the point where they were actually trying to give away copies of the game because they were so fucking desperate. And let's go right into Wastelanders, which revitalized it. What you mean, made a dead game slightly less dead? Oh, cool! It's only partially a ghost town.
Hey, the stuff that you said that everybody said you should have launched with, you finally put in. Okay.
Yeah, and then once people who wanted it experienced it and actually had heard what the NPCs had to say and listened to the story, they're like, "Can we go back?" Oh no, they're coming for me!
Bethesda heard you talking shit. Todd sent them after you. To be fair to these guys, they probably can't say too much about what a disaster Fallout 76 was, both for, like, their careers, but also for the fact that they've admitted to working on it, so it's like, yeah, don't blame us for that, you know?
Please.
So I'm not going to hold it against them entirely for not...
I'd be like, why bother acknowledging it then? They're just going to go past it that fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should have just started with Wastelanders and not even acknowledged the fact that there was a Rocky launch.
Yeah.
Like, in the slightest. There shouldn't have even been a hint of it. It should have been like, so Fallout 76, when we worked on the Wastelanders thing...
I will say I have not played any of the Wastelander stuff. I haven't. I gave up on Fallout 76 before any of that shit even came out.
I played it enough to do a video on it way back. And I played beyond that because I was curious to see what they did with the Enclave, and that was pretty much it.
When they came out with the Pit expansion, I actually is like, okay, I'll hold off. Let me see what the reviews are. Oh, it's just a shooting gallery that's themed in the Pit. Fuck this.
Wow, it's just like Mothership Zeta and Nuka World and Operation
Oh,
Anchorage.
No, those are superior.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, have you seen the Pit expansion?
No.
Okay, it's literally like a city block that you run around killing. It's almost like you go in a loop around the block and then it's over.
Oh.
This is like a Disneyland ride where you get on, it goes around on the track, and it's done.
Lest we also forget that they tried super hard to cash in on trends, and they tried to do the fucking Battle Royale mode.
Which people were actually happy with that, and then they took it away.
So moving forward, we know we have to deal with this new issue of scale and how do we work with this incredibly large team. So let's talk about Starfield.
Oh, God!
Wow. They barely talked about
great
76.
Insights of 76.
Yeah,
Holy
they had to get by that shit fast.
Yeah.
Okay, I need more Sun Tea. I'll be right back.
What a fucking
because my throat's getting raw.
Disaster.
It's kind of crazy to me that they're like, yeah, we had to learn to work with scale in 76. Anyways, on the Starfield, when Starfield's biggest, well, it's got a lot of problems. One of the big ones, though, is scale.
Yeah. Again, they were just trying too much to be gimmicky in Starfield. It was all gimmicks. It was all PR, and there was nothing of substance to be found.
Oh, hey, Such, did you know that they're adding land vehicles to Starfield?
I don't know how they think that's a good idea, given how small the playable areas are. I don't know how they think it's going to be a good idea.
I have to assume this is done because so many people complained about a lack of land vehicles, but, like, come on.
Yeah.
It is a genuine complaint, but the way you've built the world means that they're going to be pretty much useless.
Yeah, you can't do anything with them.
I can't.
Like, here's your 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer empty sandbox, kids. Have fun.
I'm back, and I'm hearing about the ProcGen 10 by 10 nonsense that they went with.
Oh no, I was talking about they're adding land vehicles to Starfield.
Yeah.
So people can hit the. I was telling somebody earlier, is like the reason they didn't put vehicles in the first place is that you would just hit the content wall that much faster.
Yep. You'd hit the literal invisible walls all around you.
Oh my god, this might actually be worse than I thought. You have to use your colonies to build them. So if you build a land vehicle, is it locked into that 10-kilometer square and you can't even move it to like a different planet or a different square of the map? Is it just limited to the area you build it in?
I want to address something Typical Dude just said. And this goes back to 76 for a minute.
Yeah.
He was saying that I lied, that I said they added Battle Royale, and then I said people like it. Bruh, people were silent at the announcement. No, the thing is, people were doing a lot of Battle Royale as the game continued. It was like considered basically the end game content. Everybody was doing fucking Battle Royale. And when they removed it, people bitched up a storm. Not when they added it in. When they added it in, it was just kind of like, it's a thing they're doing. And then people got to like it. That's what I was saying.
Called the fuck out, Tentacle Dude. Get fucked.
Yeah, what else were they going to do? There was nothing in the game, point.
Yes, Creetosis, it's locked to that settlement. Oh my god, that is so much worse than I thought.
Oh, no way. That's awful.
That's like the most stupid... Oh my god. It's no one there at Bethesda that can have a single good fucking idea.
Why? Why would you lock it to the area you build it in? That's so stupid. It's worthless. That's actually just fucking worthless. What's even the point?
It was already worthless because the world is separated into 10-kilometer chunks.
What did I miss here? What about locked in?
Okay, so they're adding land vehicles to Starfield, and I asked, or someone in the chat said, oh yeah, you have to build them at a settlement, which raised the question, can you take them? Can you take them to other planets or other part of the planet? Or is it locked into the settlement you build it at? It's locked into the settlement, which means it's locked into one single 10 square kilometer area where, like, it's gonna be fucking pointless!
Why?
I can't wait
Okay. I want to see them release, along with vehicles, racetrack building elements, because that's all it's good for. Build yourself a little racetrack, tootle around on your fucking cart.
It's like they're choosing to do the worst idea of everything they're attempting in this fucking game.
I mean, they once again they managed to make Star Citizen superior.
I'm back.
In Star Citizen, any vehicle that you have, including land vehicles, first of all, if you can get it onto a ship, you can get it off of the ship anywhere you go. So you can take like a grav bike, stick it in the back of your interstellar pickup truck, go sailing off to a moon, land on anywhere that you want on the moon. The entire moon is available. It's not blocked off. And there you are. There it is. Get on your grav bike and just go any direction you want. It's limitless. You can go all the way around the damn planet if you want. People have actually had like mega racing events, which are literally circle the moon.
Yep. It's Star Citizen is actually out and playable now.
Yeah, well, it's been playable. It's not for a long time. The issue is content, like NPCs and things. Okay, as far as having planets and ships and things you can do and places to go, yeah, all that's in.
Okay, because it's not a game I kept up with, and I remember the meme for the longest time that this is the game that will never be released.
It's going to still be that, honestly.
It's got issues, and it still has issues, and it will have issues for a long time. It is nonetheless playable. insofar it is like, what content do you want? Like I said, most players are making their own content, like having race leagues. So yeah, it's like the Daymar 5000, if I recall correctly. It's literally going around the entire moon of Daymar, and just, hey, grab whatever vehicle you want. It's like a rally style race. So players just decided, hey, we have a whole moon here. Let's try a race. Let's do this. Other people doing like speed trials. Can you get through this one particular river canyon that's 1,000 fucking miles long without going above 500 feet in altitude? That kind of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff to do in Star Citizen. The problem is that the main gameplay elements are still on the way.
And they have no incentive. They have no incentive to ever actually finish the game or get those things in, because they're just constantly putting out new ships for people to give them.
They also continue iterating on the engine and content. The problem is that the pace is glacial.
Yeah.
What did you call it? Like a race rally or something?
Yeah, the Daymar Cup.
Yeah, but what was the race something?
A rally race, like
yeah, it's a rally style race.
So you don't have specific vehicles you use. You can use whatever you want.
Yeah, so you can have a race rally in this game, but what about a race war?
They sort of do have that.
Oh, good.
They actually have an out. They have an NPC. They've been doing an event with NPC raiders called Xenothreat, who are literally kill all aliens.
Cool. I'll spend $40,000 on a ship then.
Lol.
Yeah.
So by the time we ship Starfield, we have grown even more.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with you?
This is the worst layer cake I've ever seen.
This is
an actual
Why are you using
disaster.
so many grays and blues and grayish blues? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Who the fuck is snowed in? I've never heard of them.
Me either.
Wait, they're a Canadian outfit, aren't they? Because they're snowed in.
No, I'm pretty sure they're Australian.
And then keep in mind as well, in Baldur's Gate Studios, that also needs to be broken down into even more sub-studios in that fucking cloud.
Welcome to Snowed In Studios, Ottawa's largest game development studio. We have been working on AAA titles since 2009, including Starfield, Forza Motorsport, Madden, Forza Horizon 5, Dead by Daylight, Deus Ex, The Elder Scrolls, and Fallout.
So it sounds like they're just a fucking hired gun to do whatever Bethesda doesn't want to do.
Yeah, mercenary studio. Kind of like what Obsidian was for a long time. And I hated that they were mercenary devs. I really did.
So they're pushing like 550 devs here on Starfield.
Yeah. Imagine so many people and like still releasing that shit game.
It's
because of the communication bottlenecks. This is a communication. The first Fallout 76 is a communication nightmare. This is the fucking communication apocalypse. So of having to get anything done.
I suppose there's something worth asking too. How much of this is bloat? Because they over doubled from Fallout 4 to 76, and then they added another few hundred between there to Starfield. Like, how much of this is bloat and how much of it is necessary?
Say the overwhelming majority of it will be bloat. Quite honestly.
Because Bethesda themselves, between however many studios they have on Starfield, is over 400 people. That's before you add all the other companies that they're getting help from here.
They specifically have a studio called the Multiplayer Group. Begging the question, Starfield has multiplayer?
Yeah. They probably wanted to at some point.
That seems to be a big chunk of the people that they brought on board, too.
Yep. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what the colonies thing was supposed to be part of, would be multiplayer.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this and Starfield is such a disaster. This explains it. This one graph explains why everything is so fucked in Starfield's case.
Well, it explains some, not everything. ML explains a big portion too, but not everything.
Yeah.
If you look at this and go back to the Skyrim thing, the people that they brought on board from all these other studios are about the number of devs that they've used to produce the entirety of Skyrim.
Yeah.
That's how much they've gone overboard with. And that's the thing, too. You look at the content that's actually in Starfield, what were all these people working on?
Yep. It seems more like a money laundering scheme than an actual fucking we're paying you for work thing.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Wonder how. A lot of these are Canadian outfits. I know Canada has had for the longest time a deal where if you work with a Canadian outfit, the government will pump in like up to 50% of development cost. I was actually involved in an animation studio for a brief period as the CFO, where that's what we were shooting for. We were trying to partner with Funbag Animation to do a series called Nitro Coon. And yeah, and this was completely shoestring. And the reason I became CFO was simply because I had recently graduated from college with an actual business degree. I was like, "Oh, you actually have skills." Yeah, and I have these textbooks. "Oh, so we have instruction manuals for how to do this shit." You mean you haven't been? It's like, "Okay, I'm the CFO. All right, I need all your financials." Well, what is that? Bank statements last 5 years. You've been working on this for 5 years, right? Yeah, that you've been making payouts, right? Yeah. Okay, so where's your bank statements? We didn't keep those.
What about your receipts? Do you have any receipts whatsoever?
No. But I was able to cobble together roughly $50K in what we'd had to call equity. Okay. Stuff that people had donated and sweat equity and so forth. So we go to Funbag Animation. Hey, what are your financials like? At this point, I can either commit a fucking felony or I can tell them the truth. It's like, well, here they are. The CEO later is like, you're supposed to make things look good. That's what an accountant does. It's like, I'm not going to go to fucking jail for you, man.
It's like, I don't know what accountant you're talking about. I don't work for the fucking mob.
I am not going to tell the Canadian government that we have like $1 million in slush fund that we can work with when you don't even have $50K in actual cash.
Yeah. Like, good lord, son.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I'm looking at that, and then I'm looking at this. And I'm wondering, how were they actually any better than we were?
I'll answer that. No. Like, this is an actual disaster. Again, like I said, with the content we got in Starfield, this absolutely feels more like a money laundering scheme than it does an actual video game.
I wouldn't have guessed that over 500 people worked on fucking Starfield.
Yeah, and how many studios this time? So we have to break Bethesda into 4 again. 15 studios.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it says 2 more at the bottom.
Yeah, I was counting the colors on the bar itself instead, because now we have this bar where you have like ones that don't exist on a new one later on in the bar, and they haven't like cleaned. They're all basically the same colors. So
they literally cannot fit all the studios onto the page.
So fucking bad.
And yeah, I could just see that the shtick here would be all these people go like, "Oh, we're going for that sweet Canadian buy-in money."
Yeah.
I mean, it's Canadian money, though.
You know what, though? This was what convinced Microsoft to purchase them. So this probably was a scheme to get Microsoft to buy Bethesda. It wouldn't surprise me if they bloated up this big. If they bloated up this big to overinflate their importance and how much economic value they had, which made Microsoft pay that much more for it. And then Microsoft realized...
It's like, what's your big project in the works right now? Oh, it's this, and it is worth X amount.
and we have 15 studios working on it, and blah blah blah. You know, stuff
Wow, that
stuff
sounds
to-
very impressive.
Yeah, stuff to overinflate its value. So then Microsoft pays a higher dollar value. Then they get Starfield. It releases, and Microsoft has to shut down a shit ton of studios to recoup losses.
And all because nobody does their due diligence and check shit.
Yeah.
Pagan, the GDC is making me upset. Let me play with your ears.
Sure. Just be gentle.
No RP in the chat.
And
Probably by about the same amount from Fallout 4 to Fallout 76, as you can see here, well over 500 people. But also, we are now working with a large number of external groups, well over a dozen. And these groups are doing everything from effects, lighting, they're working on tools programming, systems programming, pretty much everything. And they have to all be integrated into the development team for the work they are doing. And another part of this is these are external groups, each with their own culture, each with their own leadership, and they are being brought in at various times throughout production, sometimes early on, sometimes to finish it.
Jesus Christ.
Culture? Who the fuck gives about your...
Like,
I'm sorry. Are you being hired for a job? We don't give a fuck about your culture. Here's your job.
yeah, I think what he's trying to say is their own methodology of work. Like,
Yeah, workplace
they
culture.
actually have studios. Like, they actually have like studio management that actually checks their fucking work, and Bethesda doesn't.
In which case, this is still not an issue. It's like, here's your mission. If your culture, your corporate culture is you do it a given way, that's why we're hiring you, not to micromanage your culture.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like he's talking about trying to coordinate cultures between companies.
Yeah, this is just like, what the fuck? And not only to mention is like this, it seems so slapdash and scatterbrained, like they're just coming in at random times. It's like, oh my god, this is why an actual central plan is so fucking good, because you'll know what you'll need ahead of time.
Studios come in, studios go out. You can't figure that out. You can't explain that.
God, that is an old fucking reference.
Thank you. I still fucked it up, but go ahead.
So life becomes a lot more focused on our task tracking software. We were using Jira at the time. Jira definitely became a way of life as we tried to reconcile and handle all of the work being done across so many people. And the process we ended up settling on was one that was departmental focused. So we had all of the approvals handled by a departmental lead who also had a departmental producer. So for example, quest design, there was a lead quest designer. I was the lead quest designer for Starfield.
So you're at fault. You're the one.
This is literally the job of the lead project manager.
Yes.
This
It's
is
just amazing that he's talking about as if Bethesda really had to struggle to figure this fucking shit out.
he's sounding like it was a negotiated process.
Yeah, now we know.
this is the United Nations of game development here.
Yeah. Like this is fucking absolute. This is a fucking disaster. These are things that companies knew about long before this.
This
You
is
had
basement level.
You can't fault an indie company, a small indie company like Bethesda for trailblazing the way to fucking really make games, okay?
Yeah, you can't fault an indie studio like Epic Game Studios for trailblazing an online game store. Never been done before. It's the same shit. It's like people figured this shit out long ago. When Apogee split into multiple departments, they already knew this shit. What's your excuse?
I'm not ready to go get my whiskey. This is just I'm I'm just gobsmacked by how amateur hour this is.
Yeah, this is.
And I mean, I have next to no experience. I can say I have a degree in business. I have some business experience in this sort of thing, but these people have been in the industry for how long, and they're still fucking amateur hour?
Mm-hmm.
Just the idea that somebody just gives these people money.
I know it's just that they're being paid for such shoddy work too, and nobody checks on it. Nobody makes sure that they're not just snorting it up their nose through copious amounts of drugs. There's no oversight at all. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I mean, we like to say that nobody likes a bean counter, but there's a point at which somebody has to at least find out that things are going as planned.
Yeah.
So somebody has to go from department to department. Are we all on the same sheet of music? I don't know. We're still figuring out which sheet we should even be talking about.
And then you have the guy in the corner who's like, music? I thought we were playing water polo. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, you don't want an army ordnance branch, for example. Nobody wants a bean counter like that. That's the kind of shit where that's micromanaged down to the fucking evil degree. But you need somebody who has some fucking responsibility, who can actually take account for what's actually going on. There at least needs to be one person that's like, yeah, no, that group's doing this, that group's doing that group's doing this thing over here. You need somebody who knows these things.
But like this bit right here, approvals, scheduling, feedback. Apparently that's their flow. Generally, you want the feedback to be informing the approvals, which then leads to the scheduling. If you're saying, hey, we're going to do these approvals and we're going to use that information to schedule something, then do feedback, it means that you're stopping your flow. It's like at this point, you're starting to iterate back and forth as opposed to actually nailing something down and then just doing it. I mean, if you really wanted something like this should be a branch off of your main flow. And then it's like, okay, approvals, scheduling, branch to feedback, and have that going while you're doing other things. I'm worried that this is actually their total flow here.
I mean, I guess we have no idea, because this might expand outwards. I hope it does.
Yeah, and this is so simplistic. I'm used to an operations flowchart that has multiple branches. This is literally one line.
Yep. And even in operations charts where you have an internal system as well that's double checking these things, and then you get approval from the head of that internal system, and it goes out into the main branch to then get checked against everything else.
Yeah.
Apparently Admiral Tony Donning is doing the, but wait, there's more, and the whole it's gonna get worse.
Well, now we know why their modding community routinely outperformed them.
Yeah. This is like a company solely comprised of idea guys. Yeah.
Come to think of it, I mean, when you think of most of the big modding outfits out there, most of them seem to organize the way that I've been talking about. Like, we have a vision. Okay, nail down the vision. Then do the mapping. Then do this and this and this, and here's the content. Then do polish. Okay, and then fix anything that's busted.
Well, I guess that would probably be Bethesda's biggest problem, then, is they don't seem to ever have a fucking vision.
Yeah.
They're a game company, and they know they need to make a new game, but it doesn't feel like there's any passionate ideas behind it. It feels like there's, again, no vision.
Or there's a very loose overarching concept, but there's no focus.
Yeah. It's just like, hey, it's a video game, so let's just make video game stuff for our video game.
Well, like I've said, to me, the most interesting thing about Fallout 4 is the theme of transhumanism, because they cover the entire spectrum of it pretty much. And if all you do is take it in pieces like that to examine the transhumanism aspect, it's interesting in that regard how they cover different things. A lot of it is homages, some of it is actually original material, at least taken through the lens of Fallout. But it doesn't make for an overarching story. The actual story itself is basically nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it also feels like nobody at the studio, including the head writer himself, knows what their overarching thing is going to be on any project.
Like what he said, wasn't it Emil who said, "Oh yeah, we wanted you to essentially feel like you couldn't trust anybody."
Yeah,
the Cylon idea of anybody could be a synth, but that never happens.
Yeah, that was his whole thing with Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was about trust, and it's like, what?
Yeah, fucking insanity. Like
Yeah, you may have had this theory that you were going by at one point, but you discarded that somewhere.
Literally the one synth that turns out to be, like, super evil and turns on anyone, it's the one that was flagged from the start to be evil, the fucking mayor of Diamond City.
Yep.
And that's only if you destroy the Institute.
Wow, the asshole was an asshole all along. Who knew?
Yeah. Fucking shocking, isn't it?
I had a design producer specific to Quest, and we would go through all of the requests and proposals, approve them, and then send that up to a member of senior leadership who would also approve them. Another thing we had to do was also start reconciling the schedule across all areas of production. So every request now needed to go through all the producers because we needed to check all of the contingent work. Asking for something as simple as a chair wasn't so simple. Do you need animations for it? Do you need sound effects for it? How much does that add to the schedule? Can it not fit because one of those teams does not have the time? That all had to be wrangled, and so that became a way of life for many people.
What? Okay, hold it. Do you need a chair? Can we animate the chair? Can we provide the resources for the chair? But not quest lines?
Mm-hmm.
We can't coordinate on the quest lines and make sure that everything matches up, but we need to check on the chairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this sounds like just a complete fuck up of priorities. Like,
It also, the other problem, it sounds like, is it's like Factorio with only a single conveyor belt. It's like, Jesus Christ, you're flooding. No wonder this might actually be their entire workflow chart right here.
The way he just described it,
flooding it. Yeah, so no wonder you can't get anything done. You should have like pools off to the side at minimum that are internal with each other and be like, hey, we get all this stuff done. This is our wheelhouse. And then you have branches that can go off to another pool that'll be tangentially related to it. Like, hey, if I'm working on quests, I'm gonna need to also have a pool that connects off to the AI guys, a pool that connects off to the art asset guys.
Have you ever heard of parallel operations?
Yeah, Jesus.
The thing that's most frustrating about all this to me is with the resources, like with the money behind them and the people they have, the amount of people they have, if they were organized and set on making a true RPG, they could easily make the fucking one of the best open world RPGs ever. Like, just with a shit ton of content and like a huge, amazing world to explore. But they're not doing it because they're insanely disorganized and God, it's so frustrating.
It's like I said about CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red's big problem during the development of Witcher 3 by multiple employees who like made complaints about it was that it was 500 people told to dig a trench and they were all given spoons to do it instead of given the actual tools they needed. And it's the same problem here, except that they're all given spoons and they just have to figure out that they need to dig a trench to begin with.
Yeah.
The way he just explained it, he actually said, okay, we have the approvals process. The approvals go out. The approvals come back. We reconcile the approvals. Then we go to scheduling and we reconcile the scheduling. It literally is like you're tard wrangling through each of 3 phases.
And then finally, because there's so much work going on, we needed to make sure that there was accountability for all of that work. And so
There is no accountability at Bethesda. Fuck
There's
off.
no way. Again,
Remember, the work that he's talking about has nothing to do with creativity.
yeah. And you were the lead quest design, and I don't even think that had any accountability whatsoever.
All he's talked about is chairs so far.
we needed to create a system where all of the departmental leads were the ones providing the feedback for all the work done, and also verifying that the work was completed and saying, yes, it's finished now. So this had an inadvertent consequence of favoring the department over the actual project and what the project needed. And this makes a lot of sense because when you are first asked to be a department lead, you're worried about the department. That is the thing you're told you're responsible for. Suddenly you have to reconcile several people's schedules, you're responsible for them, you're responsible for their time.
No shit? What did you think
mean like
department lead was supposed to be?
Literally any management project ever?
Yeah. What do you think? I know it's the meme of the troops looking up at the management and being like, they just don't do anything, and just because they don't know that they're coordinating all this stuff. This is what they're doing. Like, this is, yeah, like, what did you expect to do? You're now a department lead. You're gonna be responsible for this shit.
Okay, that's it. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing the bottle.
Oh no.
No longer will sips suffice. God damn it. I feel like I've been drinking. I slurred that one up real bad.
It almost feels like he was thrown into this position with no expectation of what it entailed. So all this information that's like really new to him about scheduling and getting everyone on the same page and everything is a revelation to him, where for everyone else it's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, like this is like the obvious shit, and this is what happens at any company that has a department lead at all, ever. This is what you do.
Slank.
Yes, it is your job as department lead to help coordinate with other departments, because you're supposed to talk to the other department leads, and they should be having the same. They have the same tasks you do, so they should know what their department's doing. So it's a way to make it easier for two different departments to coordinate with each other.
I would just like to say that my sponsor for drinking today is Jack Daniel's Tennessee Apple. Thank you, not getting paid, but I am getting drunk.
Water is wet. But is it really? Voices will not stop.
Water is wet is a good phrase for thing, but it's hard to unhear the conversation on EFAP about, no, water isn't wet, it causes wetness.
Yes.
So, yeah,
just this line right here of department over project. That tells you right away you have lost control.
Yep.
Where is your project lead? Because they're the ones who are supposed to be coordinating. Excuse me, they're the one who should be coordinating with your department leads.
Yep. Basically, if you have all your department leads, your department lead is the one who is in charge of everybody, all the grunts that are underneath him in that department. The department leads can all coordinate with each other, but then they have somebody above them who is the project lead, or sometimes called the producer. Again, the actual name of it doesn't matter, but they're the ones that are supposed to be like the ones that keep track of what every single department is doing. Not in the nitty gritty. They're not the ones that are going to go down to the individuals. They're the ones that are like, okay, what's your department doing right now? All right, that's good. Does anybody else need that department for the day? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, how far along are you on finishing up Vault 76, for example? You know, give me a percentage. Where are the art assets at? Where are we looking at as a completion date? That sort of thing. And it's like, okay, where's the quest design at? Who's linking up with who?
And this is where you can also stumble into problems and what might have bottlenecks. Like, Like, how far are you in Vault 76? Well, we're most of the way done. Unfortunately, we're still waiting for the assets from World Art to
Yeah.
come in, and then they can go, okay, World Art, what's the hold up here on these assets? Well, we've got a bit of a backlog flow coming in from character design and everything like that. Like, okay, so this is how you can chase down where a problem might be happening. That's what the project lead is going to do. He's there to keep everything on track.
On the other hand, if you have department over project, it's like having a bunch of ships in a fleet with no admiral. Nobody knows where it's supposed to be in the formation. Everybody's bobbing around, and occasionally they'll collide with each other.
Yeah, and then suddenly one of them takes a hard right to starboard. They're just like, I don't know, maybe starboard. And then everybody else is confused. Some of them are still sailing forward. Some of them have turned to port. Some of them have fucking turned around.
Was that our submarine I just ran over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing of a story in. Was it? Yeah, I think it was World War II, where Britain had a bunch of these really shitty subs, and
World War One.
that was World War One, where they were
Yep,
in like
it was
the
some of their
Straits.
earliest subs.
Mhm.
They had these subs that were so fucking long that in the channel, if one sank, the nose could hit the bottom and the tail would be out of the water.
Oh, I'm not sure that's the one I'm referring to. Is that the one where they had the disaster on like the really foggy day?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, it's exactly that one. That's the one where like they kept splitting all over the place and actually rammed each other.
Yeah. That was.
It's considered a
fucked up
battle
story.
where nobody else. Yeah, there was no other combatant, but multiple ships sank
Yeah.
or were crippled.
That's one of the ones where they had the meme edit of like the combatants, and they had like the British, and they labeled like all the captains and everything like that, and then they had their combatants was literally like life's existence or something like that was written on the other side, or stuff like the sea animals.
Yeah, that story was super fucked
Yeah.
up. That like so many
But yeah,
people
they-
died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had really, really shitty sub designs. But anyways, yeah, that's basically what we're talking about with department over project. Nobody's in control. It's just fuddling along.
Yeah,
Disaster
absolutely.
waiting to happen.
It's you're all special, and then expecting them to all coordinate and do the same thing when you've told everybody that they're basically in charge.
You know, that might have been the problem. Too
Yep.
many people who are too many friends with too many people.
Yeah, and they don't want to offend anybody anywhere.
There's so many like potential problems behind the scenes where it's like, you know what, that does make a lot of sense. Like it's hard to identify any one thing as the problem. It seems like a death by a thousand cuts behind the scene. Or behind the scenes.
And their output. And when your schedule is getting squeezed, you want to defend it and make sure your team has the time they need and is hitting things at the quality that it needs. But this can also lead to a siloing effect where every department is scrambling for their resources and saying no to collaboration requests. So,
Which would be solved if you had a project lead with a unified vision.
Well, I'm pretty
Again-
sure with Starfield, ML was the project lead. And, well, I mean, that
Well-
explains enough on its own, doesn't it?
Yeah, because ML was the one that specifically stated that effort was a dirty word.
Well, that's not
Now, again,
exactly
he didn't
what they
state
said.
those exact words, but you know, it was implied based off of his speech about design documents.
We need
yeah.
to be careful with wording stuff like that, though, because, you
Yeah.
know...
Yeah,
Okay.
you have a bunch of fucking losers that'll lie about what we say anyway.
Yep, looking
Well-
for project lead Starfield. Meet Emil Pagliaru. Yeah, the shots are already taking effect. Lead designer on Starfield, lead writer, design director.
Yep. So he was the one that should have been acting as your project lead.
Yeah.
He's the one that should have coordinated everything.
It's kind of funny that after project lead, everything else in here is about how to find lead in Starfield. It's like there's one entry, it's email. Everything else is like how I mine lead.
So before we had the problem of, hey, when we're doing these big collaborations, there's a lot of found work that we aren't scheduling properly. Now it is scheduled properly because now we know we don't have time for it. So, another consequence of this was.
I think I see part of the problem.
Documentation is now critical. So, oh my god, you guys didn't even think to fucking keep receipts or documents of anything you did?
Oh no.
Because they're doing everything through Slack and OBS Studio.
And Confluence.
I have no idea what
Confluence I've never used, so I can't say anything about it.
No, I just mean this is another one of those, like, Jesus Christ moments.
Isn't
like,
Slack just like
somewhat.
an online version of Discord that isn't Discord?
Yeah, he's talking about running out of time. Yeah, the reason you're running out of time is because all these people are working at cross purposes with nobody saying, hey, asshole, you do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And only now have you figured out that documentation is critical in a project where you have more than one department.
If it were a small studio doing this kind of thing, it would kill them. They're only able to do this because they can burn cash.
Yep.
Wow. How much longer can they burn cash?
I guess that's up to Microsoft.
If their next game's a disaster, I guarantee Microsoft is finally going to bring down the axe on them.
Yeah.
Again, Microsoft already had to kill multiple studios because of Bethesda's fuck up with Starfield.
Yeah, they have to knock it out of the park with the next Elder Scrolls game, and I mean, I don't think they will in terms of quality, but maybe they'll get enough people to buy it where... But I don't know, because they have been constantly getting worse and worse and worse. Can they pull up at this stage?
I don't know. Because again, they're figuring out baby's first game development here, like, fucking how many games deep at this point?
I think part of the problem might be a lot of companies seem to put way too much faith in Slack as a coordinating tool. As somebody pointed out, it's basically a version of Discord. You can do a lot with Slack, but it's by itself. If you're not using it, it's like any good tool. If you don't understand how to use the tool properly, it doesn't help.
Yeah, you can give. It's that whole thing of you can give somebody who has no skills, no experience, the best gear and equipment in the universe, and then they will still get their ass handily beat to them by a veteran using the fucking most basic bitch equipment there is. It's the thing that happened in World War II with the what unit was that? It was the only army unit that was honored by the Marine Corps because the Marines hated the Army. The Army were usually shit. It was the only Army unit that was honored by the Marine Corps, and they were called Honorary Marines, and it was a Army unit that was made up of only older men.
And, doesn't ring a bell. I wish I could comment on that, but
it was during World War II, and it was an Army unit that specifically got sent off to fight in the Pacific. And their unit patch was the blue Statue of Liberty.
Oh, okay. So I think I understand the outfit, anyways. But
yeah, 77th Infantry Division. But they were an experiment division where they only had old men in it. So like ages 28 up, sort of thing in it.
Mm-hmm.
And these old men would absolutely fucking destroy every other unit they went against. Because they had life experience. And as the term basically got called for it is like gung-ho attitudes versus old age and treachery.
What I kind of want to know here, though, is what they were using OBS Studio for. Because what you can do with OBS, you can do... I mean, if it's internal communications, you can do with Slack. The only thing you would use OBS for is if you're, like, wanting to do a public reveal of something.
Or, like, maybe a conference thing? Maybe you're recording
you can do that with Slack.
Maybe
can you, like, record video footage with Slack?
Slack can do that. Slack can do the equivalent of like Zoom calls and all this other shit. I mean, I used Slack when I worked with TechRaptor. Internally, that's what we use for communications. It's actually quite versatile. You can do quite a bit with it. I'm just sitting here going, OBS Studio, what were they using this for?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what
Maybe
they
they'll
could
mention it.
possibly.
As we move forward, was documentation became a way of life and became absolutely critical.
He said it.
Yes.
You mean the documentation that email insisted that they should never need?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean,
Because
how
remember,
does this
great games are played, not made.
how does this not just support everything me and Patrician had said about documentation?
Yep. I mean, this was anybody with any basic level of intelligence knew that the documentation was going to be important no matter what.
I mean, it's
Like, this
pretty much
is-
important for any like large scale project, and even like a lot
Yep.
of small scale projects of, okay, this is the goal, this is what we need to do to achieve this goal, and here are the individual steps we're going to take to do it, you know?
Yep.
We used to be able to just sit down someone new to the team with someone who had already been on the project, and they would just learn all of the things they needed to know as kind of almost through osmosis. But now we had to rely on all of our documentation tools. So for example, we had a shared documentation tool with Confluence. We were also using Slack. We had to make sure and enforce putting communication in the major Slack groups, not only so that it could be asynchronous, but also so that everyone could see it, because we needed to make sure there were no like hallway conversations that was hiding work that was being requested. And
We had to force communication.
What?
I'm already
What?
pissed off by something he said earlier.
Shit.
He used the O word.
O word?
The O word, osmosis.
Yeah. So nobody was
Osmosis
training
is
anybody.
Osmosis is the amateur's excuse.
Yes.
And I put quotes around that with capital letters. Osmosis is when you say, I don't really have a formal training regimen or an onboarding process. People learn as they go.
Yep. So there was nobody training these people to get them up to speed. There was nobody that was responsible for intake to make sure that all their newbies knew the terms that would be used for the teams or anything. They just got thrown into the meat grinder and they hoped it made some sausage.
One of the places that I worked at, and I was there for 3 years, was Caremark. Caremark is a medical support company. So if you know what HIPAA means, HIPAA data, yeah, we were kind of deep into that. Caremark trained us IT techs, and by the way, we were a fairly tight team, like less than 10 people for the entire floor. And we supported labeling and manufacturing sites across the country. If something broke, they called us to fix it remotely. So we had various standards and processes. Guess how they trained us on it?
Oh, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. To the point where 3 years later, I actually wound up getting fired because nobody had ever trained me on 2 critical processes that never came up in that 3 years until they finally did. One of these was, if so-and-so particular person calls up, you don't have to verify them. Just give them whatever they need. But because we're HIPAA, that's patient preferred and protected information, you can't legally. But this guy had special clearance that nobody bothered to tell me. And there was this other particular program which was specialized. We were using very what's the term I'm looking for? When a company has its own way of doing a process in computer programming. It's I forget what the exact term is. But it's like, okay, we're using this well-known program that's available out there, and you can look up the documentation, but we have reprogrammed it in a special way to work just for the company. Because this process I had never been trained on in this particular instance came up, I got my ass chewed out, and I was told Oh, you should have just gone online and looked up the documentation for the program to find that. No, this was programmed internally. This is not something you find online.
Yep.
This is the company's private information. How the fuck would I know this?
Oh, proprietary.
Yeah, proprietary. That's it. Exactly. So there's this proprietary process, and there's this special thing with this one guy who gets to go around the HIPAA process. So Karamark is just not even told me. They didn't even tell me. I found out when I came in the next day and my card had been locked out. I actually had to go around the card to another thing and call the security guard and say, my card's not working. I need to get in, so I could get in and get my shit that was still inside the building. It's like, okay, you assholes. I'm out of here. Have a good one. Karamark CVS, great employer. Anyways, yeah, so that's the kind of shit that I'm seeing going on here, where people have these proprietary processes and they're coming up with methods of doing things internally and then say learn by osmosis.
Yep. They'll just figure it out is one of the worst things you can ever hear at any company. Now, to be fair, there are moments where figuring it out is important. That's when, like, a company is shifting to a whole new thing, and, like, you're praying that the head office will send somebody to the company to, like, help everything. But that's those days when you come in and everybody's looking at their new thing and they're like, That's when you see all the managers and stuff all hovering around with all the grunts that are in the trench. They're all standing in the fucking cuddle circle, just all looking at each other like, how the fuck do we do anything?
Yeah. Just as a side bit, one of the funnier things that I remember from CBS Caremark was one guy had a cubicle that was like lined with empty Maxwell House cartons of coffee. These were his kill markers. He had gone through that much fucking coffee since he worked there.
Oh
Jesus.
my god.
He literally had a wall. It's like you couldn't see one side of his cubicle. It's like, no, I'm going to keep stacking them as long as they let me. But yeah, because of the osmosis thing, I'm taking my fourth shot here because every time they say something exceptionally stupid, slink.
Oh my god. Be careful. I don't want you to die from fucking alcohol poisoning.
I only have one bottle to go through, okay?
We have 19 minutes to go, though.
I'll try to survive.
Finally, we had to do a lot more tutorials. So I was in OBS Studio a lot making video tutorials. So on
I did call it.
Oh, that's what they were using. That's what they're using OBS for?
Holy shit.
In the middle of production, I need to make a tutorial to tell people
how to do their fucking job.
Oh.
Jesus.
Fuck, I may need to go and buy another bottle. I don't know.
No! It's incredible. This explains so much. Like, this is like, we already knew that there was smoking guns somewhere. We've seen the vague outlines of it, and this is literally giving us the exact make and model.
This makes me want to cry. Because I've worked on so many projects that died for lack of being able to get traction, and these people.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's the games industry in general. The least deserving companies out there always get all the stuff, and it's just like, God, it's fucking stuck.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like watching a group of people passionately work on a project only to see it fail while a bunch of monkeys flinging shit at each other get like billions of dollars. Like, holy shit. And again, it's just the thing with all these resources, you could have made some of the best fucking games around. Like, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Skyrim could have been legitimate masterpieces if you had someone with a vision behind them. And wrangling all these tards to actually do their jobs properly.
I think the problem here is that they made enough money that they don't see it as a failure. They don't see a reason to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's a big problem with a lot of industries where, we made money. It's just like, yeah, but instead of making
so much more.
Yeah, instead of making a pittance, you could have made a gold mine.
Why can we make billions when we can make millions?
Yeah, basically that.
we
Entirely
lost it
that.
again.
Exactly that.
Fallout 4, teach someone the tool set, I would just sit down with them and answer their questions. But now we were working with people from around the nation, sometimes around the globe. I often didn't know when they would need me, and I often didn't know who might need me or what they would need to know. So it became...
I often didn't know if they would be speaking English.
I didn't know when they would need me. You mean they don't have hours and you don't have like a map set aside with fucking time zones?
Yeah, this is one of those things where this is why you see, and it's amazing how many people don't realize it. You'll go into like businesses that do trading around the globe, or they have things where they need to do stuff around the globe, and they have shit tons of clocks everywhere,
Yep.
and they're all on different times, and that's specifically so they know what time it is in a given location.
Yeah, you see this a lot in older movies in particular, where it's like, here's the New York clock, the England clock, the Tokyo clock, and stuff.
I was just going to mention that.
Yeah.
And what were those? Those were for like news outlets, because they would have reporters around the globe. Well, we got bacon back.
Yeah.
So
and again, like I said, and banks and anything that did international business would have these clocks.
Like, it was such a common thing in movies that I'd never seen it in my life until my current job, because there's 2 clocks on the wall near the break room. It's like, oh, shit, people really do that. I mean, it makes sense that they do, but I've never seen it in person.
Yeah, because it's just handy. It's a handy tool. It's like shit. I need to contact them. I don't know if they're open though. What time is it on the clock over there?
Yeah, is the London office open? Okay, there. Another half hour.
I'm gonna start my break at 3 o'clock London time and finish my break at 3:15 New York time. If it's a 15-minute break, I swear.
Yeah.
Absolutely critical to do a lot more tutorials and how-tos about every feature of the toolkit. Another interesting consequence, by the way, this is not a real Slack profile. I grabbed this from like Slack's website, so no secrets here. But this is an example of a phenomenon that happened where not everyone knows you or has a relationship with you, especially if they're from one of those outside groups who's coming in to help at the end. So your title became incredibly important. There are many people I met because they messaged me because they saw my title and they were assigned to work on something maybe that day and didn't know who to speak to, so they came to me assuming, oh, you must know something about this because you have lead in your title and it's somewhat adjacent to what I think you're working on. And so you might
Jesus Christ. If you bring new people in, you should tell them what department they're in, and then you should tell them who their department head specifically is.
Shot number 5 going down.
Yeah, shouldn't
Jesus
they have like
Christ.
a directory of who's the lead of each department, and when you get hired,
Yes, they should.
Like,
They should, but here's the problem: they probably don't.
Yeah, because that would require fucking planning and thinking. Oh shit, we need a list of people so so everyone knows who to talk to. Yeah, let's not do that.
When you're in the Army and they put you in charge of quarters, what this means is that you're the guy at the front desk who takes the phone, or if an officer walks in, blah blah, you do the thing. But mostly, what you are there is next to a phone with a long chart of who is doing what where. If somebody calls up and says, "I need to speak to blah blah," okay, this guy, let me put you through. Here's the extension. Dang, dang, dang. There you go. These people act like they don't even know how to do that. And a fucking private E3 can handle it. Okay, that's a PFC, but still.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where it's like, I can't believe you guys are actually exposing all of this. This isn't like a ha-ha funny thing. This isn't, here's some genuine information to help you make your game. This is like reaching expose levels of how fucking incompetent Bethesda is.
Yeah.
You
behind
are
the
your
curtain.
title. Duh.
Yeah, but the behind the scenes of why Bethesda is such a fucking train wreck and a disaster.
Also, just quickly, since people are asking for it in chat, here's another one because it represents the feeling of watching this shit.
That's my soul right now.
Yeah.
Meet someone that day who you had never met before, and you're working together simply by recognition of title instead of a previous relationship or knowing each other from working on the project. So what does level and quest design collaboration look like in this environment?
By the way, to answer this before he says anything about it, yes. Again, that's where your department leads, who will then go and get together with the project lead, and then you know how to collaborate amongst yourselves.
This
It is
is
absolutely possible.
It's the basis of a chain of command.
Yep. This is how you have armory and motor pool working with your fucking infantry. This is how your infantry are coordinating with your fucking armored units and your tanks. Okay?
Imagine some motherfucker comes up to you at the front desk of your company and says, "Hey, can I get some 9mm?"
Oh my
Like,
god.
why do you think you come here for that?
Yeah.
But you're in charge of quarters, right? That means you're in charge.
It's like, Jesus Christ. What unit are you with, soldier? Is it this unit at all? Are you on the right base?
Hang on a second. Let me go ahead and call over to your barracks and get you some brain food.
Come and get this fucking retard and drag him back to the deck, okay? I don't want to deal with him anymore.
This is literally Tard Wrangling 101 here.
From the voices will not stop in chat. This is like watching the fucking Challenger explode in slow motion, man.
And then what happens is those same people will suddenly, once they become E4, will become the slickest motherfuckers and will go there like they're going to ask a question, stop for a second in the doorway, and then think, like, scrunch up their face, give a nod, and then walk away, which has then stopped them from being asked anything because, oh, hey, they clearly figured it out, and I don't want to deal with them.
He knows how it works.
Yeah, and they just walk the fuck away, right? And then if anybody does look like they're going to show initiative and ask the E4 anything, all they do is they scratch their chin, they look up in the air a little bit, and then they'll turn sharply. It doesn't matter to the left or the right, does not matter. And then they'll start walking faster. And that will get whoever has shown initiative to talk to them to go away.
I'm trying to imagine how this would apply to this situation. I don't think you've got legitimate shammers in their organization.
No,
you don't have any E4s. They don't have any E4s. That's all E2s.
I was just referencing the fact of that guy that's going to go to the company and ask for 9mm. He's going to become that E4 later.
Yes, he will. But in the meantime, it's like they're talking about their organization being full of fucking pup tents and skeeter wings. It's like they don't have any E4s, let alone sergeants.
They can't strategically transfer equipment to an alternate location easily. It's a total fucking disaster. The chain of command is just all over the place. Nobody knows who's actually in charge. Nobody knows nobody knows what team they're on.
I like this. Can level and quest collaboration continue? I don't know. Can they?
And yeah, like I said, the answer is yes. For normal people. I don't know if Bethesda can do it.
Yeah, it feels like the wires are too tangled for anyone to effectively collaborate on anything. Wow, Starfield existing the way it does suddenly makes so much more sense.
I mean, we could see this as soon as they put up the number of people and the number of studios they were talking about. We predicted at the outset this was going to happen.
So the moment I was like, Jesus Christ, it's 15 fucking studios. Holy shit. This is a fucking communications disaster.
Game developers hate bureaucracy. We now have a ton of bureaucracy. So,
Oh dear, oh God, oh fi, oh fee. You're an organization now. Oh
Holy
dear.
shit! You're not a bunch of people in a single office anymore. A bunch of people, like 5 people in one room working on a single video game anymore. Oh no, you actually have to put in effort to make sure things are getting done.
Oh my god, this comes off as literally just so I'd be like, and now we have to use things like game documents and scheduling and information and communication. What is this dumb shit? Get this crap out of here.
And now
It's sorcery.
And now I don't even get to go to the same room anymore. They said we're too big. We have to go into a new room.
They won't even let me walk away and have my 20-minute
my 20-minute power nap.
Yeah, my 20-minute power nap and lunch break every 10 minutes. It's bull crap.
You know how you, especially before Twitter was bought, you used to see those videos of people like, this is what my work day is like. We go to the relaxing room and
oh my
there's all these like flavors to put in the water and blah blah blah. All that.
No, that was when they
shit.
had actual wine on tap.
Yeah, but
holy shit!
Like it wasn't just Twitter. There's a bunch of other companies that had people doing that too. Where it's like, how the fuck are you getting any work done? I wonder how much of that is Bethesda.
Okay, the best place that I ever worked for it started out as a Microsoft outfit. They were like, we were actually ahead of the queue, ahead of Redmond in the queue. And this was for Windows support for 3.1, 3.3, and 95. That's how far back this goes. Mm-hmm. And we had like in-house cafeterias, and everyone was like, this is nice. Oh yeah, this is sweet. We had decent rest breaks and stuff, but we didn't have any of this other shit. We were happy. It's like, oh wow, we don't have to drive all the way into town to get something to eat. We get something decent right here.
You were treated like adults and not children.
Yeah. The idea of having a safe space room or a retreat room or some of the shit that they were talking about, we would just look at that and go like, my God, we wouldn't get anything done all day.
Well, what was funny was the best place I had to work at, and it was also kind of the worst place too, but it's because of other things. But it was a place where basically, Arbeit macht frei, work makes free. If you did your work, you had free time. And so, holy shit, all of us were like, fucking, we're gonna knock this shit out. And if you do it right the first time, you don't have to come back and fix it.
Oh, actually, nice.
You go knock that shit out, and it's like, well, that's all done. The pallets are run. Let's go up there and have ourselves a good little break. And so you have all the management and everything are all going like up the staircase with each other. Everybody's following in line. It was the most confusing thing for the customers that would come through that store, though. They were just like, they would just see all the workers would suddenly like leave as if there was a fucking on strike. And it's because we got all the pallets ran and everything like that. We got nothing to do. We're going to the break room.
Oh, no, I've had the opposite. I've actually done some day work where the idea was that you go out and you're part of a team and you go out and just do some grunt labor for X number of hours. But if you got done early, that ended the shift. So if you busted your ass and actually got shit done, people got angry at you because you were effectively ending the workday and cutting into everybody's money.
Oh, no, that's why we would take breaks. That's specifically why we would take breaks. So the day would still go.
Yeah.
So you would do the work quickly and efficiently and do it right because then you didn't want to get called back down there. And then you would all go up into the break room.
No, opposite in this case. You didn't want to get the work done because as soon as the work was done, you got called off. Anyways.
Can you continue to make memorable moments at this sort of scale with this sort of overhead? So I'm going to...
Yes, but not with you guys.
Yes.
Why not?
Not even a question.
Oh my god.
It sounds like he's saying that it actually stifled them.
I love that they're even asking this question when hundreds of other studios have done exactly that with Overhead. Like,
This is post Baldur's Gate 3. Holy shit.
yeah, like, what are you
It's
talking about?
it's like they're saying that as things ramped up, everybody down below lost agency of all kinds, and everything wound up being top heavy with only the department heads making any decisions.
Do you want to know why that fucking happened? Because you didn't have any pipeline in place. Your flowchart was nothing. You were working Factorio with a single fucking belt.
Yeah,
So you were bottlenecking all over the place and having to stop work.
Pagan, did you see that earlier? Their flowchart?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's literally approvals and then scheduling and then feedback. Just one line. How they got anything done?
Yeah, it is shocking, and I mean, I've been saying it this whole time watching this video a couple weeks ago and today. Fucking makes a whole lot more sense how we got Starfield and Fallout 4 and Skyrim.
Yep.
Makes total sense. Like,
it's literally corporate schlock.
One last example of content. This is the buried temple sequence at the end of Starfield. So I was implementing the main quest in addition to leading the quest.
you're the one to blame for this.
We already knew that because he said he was the lead quest designer.
He was the lead quest designer, but he's the one to blame for
the temple itself.
This.
Yes.
We needed a final dungeon.
You actually didn't need a final dungeon. You could have done something far more interesting. But no, you just are stuck in a single mindset with no vision.
He's presenting this like a checklist item.
Yep.
Quest design team, and this was around the time I had done the third iteration of the main quest, so I had written and implemented the main quest about 3 times, and we were...
This was your third pass?
This was not. I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you just fucking, this is your rough draft. This is after iterations. Oh no.
What the fuck?
Okay, Rootbox just said something interesting. Josh Sawyer said Bethesda dev tools make it so easy to bash out content. That's right, if you are doing it yourself. It sounds like Bethesda was hamstringing itself all the way.
Yeah.
It literally sounds like they have, again, this is game developer 101. This is the basic bitch kindergarten shit, and they're this many games deep and only just now figuring out that documentation is important, okay? This is the problem with Bethesda. They have no idea what they're doing.
We were finally at a state in the project where we could play through the whole thing together. And it became very clear that we were missing a large final location that was going to tie the main story together and have a...
I'm sorry, friend. Nothing could tie that main story together.
Nothing. It's so stupid.
Again, this just sounds like, falling into it.
Yeah.
Oh. It literally sounds like, though, we had to make an RPG because we're known for RPGs thing.
It sounds like they pulled some rando off the street, gave him a game developer job with, like, a lead position, and literally he's just discovering everything for the first time.
It
like someone who
be.
hasn't even played a video game before being dropped into this position.
Oh my god. Voice Will Not Stop says, you could put the Challenger back together in less time than it'd take to put Starfield's story together.
Holy shit.
Fucking true.
There are modding. There are mod studios of just fans with more coordination and communication than a fucking AAA company. Like, this is insane.
16-month membership from Bentastic197 at the Magic Goat level. I didn't know what to name them, so I just did stuff. Good afternoon, guys. How's the video so far? Also, I'm so hungry that I could eat a horse. Oh, there's one.
Watch it,
Oh.
pal.
You should have named it the Magoat level. Magoat. Magoat.
Sounds too much like
Yeah,
maggot.
Magic Goat is cuter.
But it sounds like maggots. Come on.
Listen to the Magic Goat.
Could you just imagine, like, a little goat with a wizard hat?
I actually put my
Yes,
hand out
and
gesticulating, even though
And
you
he's got
couldn't see
that
it.
big, the Billy Goat beard and everything. Stay a while and listen.
Some call me Creetosis.
I'm so hungry I could eat a horse, motherfuckers, when Tim Walls enters the room.
God damn it!
Okay. to be fair,
Yes, it's a
Be
meme,
fair to
it's a
Tim.
meme.
Leave me alone
It's
until we get in Bermuda.
Action-filled
I think-
payoff. We also didn't have a big space battle at the end, and this was a space
Why?
game. We added a new space battle system, so we
I'm
had
gonna
to
tell
have
you right now, that space battle was fucking awful.
That's not even the worst one in the game, Such.
We
Oh,
need a
I-
space
it's the worst
battle
one I
because it's a
experienced.
space game.
It was the
Oh
worst
my-
one I experienced because I did the one path and getting jumped by both of the ships. My ship died so fucking fast, it was insane.
Imagine that you're writing a book, and the book is about science fiction fleet battles and a war between two major galactic factions, and you sit down, and towards the end you're going like, you know what? I need a big space battle here. Because it's a space battle novel. God damn it.
At least there, if it was a space battle novel, it would kind of make sense you wanted a thing to cap it off. But if it was just like a space, like opera, space faring thing, you don't need to have a
It's
giant space battle at
literally-
the end.
Literally having it for the sake of having it. This is shot
Yeah.
number 6.
Well, you watched Star Trek TNG, right, Calbeck?
Yeah, well, I have, yeah.
So remember how the finale of the entire series wasn't about a big massive space battle. It was Picard trying to
It was
solve a
the
fucking
trial.
mystery, and it was really fucking good.
Yeah.
Yes, the trial. What a perfect fucking way. And Q
Yeah.
giving his ultimate, like, acceptance to humanity itself. I'll see you
Hey,
out there.
you
Oh
know
my
what would-
god.
You know what would be great is if NASA. You know what would be great is if NASA said, "Hey, we have a space program. How about if we end our space program with a space battle?"
I'm sorry, I need to read this one. I have to. Star Trek TNG fans when Star Trek TND fans enter the room.
Oh, Waylay 108. You want to read that?
Membership message for 12 months at GOAT level from Waylay 108. Thank you. It infuriates me to no end that there are still shills defending Bugthestard. Yeah.
Yep.
Because of this, I mean, what's to defend? It's just
Yo,
this is literally we have a space game. We have to have a space battle. No, you don't.
it's the same thing that, again, Yahtzee he fucks up a lot, but he had a great moment on this where, like, you could smear feces across some comic book panels and there'll be somebody out there who'll defend it as high art. Because there are just fucking crazy people that exist.
Do you remember what video that was?
I don't remember. I just remember that it was the character model he did it with was specifically didn't have any arms or legs. He just smeared his butt across the page.
Might be useful for the Fallout video, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
More elaborate sequence added there as well. Now, I had a problem. I was both implementing the main quest and leading the quest design team, so I had absolutely no time. The entire quest design team was already overbooked. And so we went to a trusted senior level designer, Steve Cornett. We've talked about Steve a number of times in this talk. He was definitely our panic button multiple times. He might still be the panic button now, we're not sure.
Jesus Christ.
Just seeing this
Fact.
scene play out while he's talking about this.
Yeah. And on mine, the fact that the animation fucked up multiple times was just so fucking good. But the fact that you needed a panic button like this is just shocking to me. Like, what the fuck, man?
Again, it's a lack of vision. There's no vision here. It's a checklist.
Yeah. This isn't people creating a work of art. This is people creating a product.
Oh, by the way, we do mention Full On here. Fallout London is fans creating a DLC that's superior to the original content. I mean, for its issues, I mean, Fallout London has issues. But you compare it to the base material it's drawn from, or any of the DLCs that are based off of Fallout 4, it's good. By comparison.
Well, that's not saying much.
No, but it is. I'm sorry, but again, this is fans above the professionals.
Yeah. Voiced all work on Steve.
No, fuck Steve. He could
I
do
mean,
all
if
the
we were going to get into it, the Frontier actually broke more ground than Fallout 4 did.
Well, yeah, it was technically impressive.
Yeah.
Like, that was the thing about the Frontier, is that it was genuinely technically impressive. But it's just so bad in every other regard.
It's so bad it could have qualified as an actual Bethesda DLC.
Yeah.
Sure, but we knew that Steve had worked on a lot of quest design since Skyrim, and so we went to Steve and said, hey, quest design is overbooked. We need someone who can pitch and implement the final quest of Starfield.
Why do you have to pitch?
I was on hand.
Why do you have to pitch? That pitch means that you are suggesting something late in the game. And I don't mean late in the game as in terms of the game itself, but in terms of the actual development process.
Yeah.
Who says, hey, we're late into the development here, let's have a pitch meeting?
And they needed to do this for the final quest of Starfield. Like, what the fuck?
This is really like, we have no idea how to wrap this up. How the fuck do we do it? So let's get a hold of our senior designer from all the way back in Skyrim. Let's go to the guru. I'm sorry, my brain is thinking of an old project that I worked on, which was an idea for a movie that was going to be done with community theater shit. And the idea was, it was big bucks. The idea was, okay, cutting to the chase. One of the skits was, hey, what's the price of this item? I have no idea. There's a guy at the register. What's the price on this item? I don't know. You need to go to the guy in the back. And there's a guy in the back who's like perched on top of a black matte painted forklift. He's just sitting there on a pallet on the forklift in like a guru pose. And the whole warehouse is just, it's like the warehouse from Indiana Jones using matte paintings. And you just like, creep up to this guy. It's like, what is the price of this item? And he just looks down for a moment. There's a long pause. And he's like, what price does it want to be? My God, that's brilliant. This is like that. This is like we have to go to the guru to find out how to do this most basic shit.
It's shocking hearing this too when you realize that, like, the actual last quest in Starfield's main story is literally nothing. It's a dungeon full of pretentious bullshit, and then you get the artifact and you go through the thing.
To be fair, what was the last fucking quest in Skyrim as well? It was also dog shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you did get to beat up on a big dragon, so
But then you don't even get to finish off Alduin because
That's
Axel's like,
true.
no, he can't now. He's actually useful for things. I need him.
yoink.
Oh, look, there's an angry sky puppy. Yoink. God damn it.
And to help write dialogue and review the content with him so that we could get a tight iteration loop.
Dialogue and review the content.
Must not have done a good fucking job of reviewing it, man.
We have no idea what we're doing. Help.
The dialogue was so shit.
I really think it's like the email was just that. It's all lower caps. We have no idea what we are doing. Help.
I just love the fact that, like, this is one of the ones where the final dungeon in Starfield is everything that people accuse the Lanius fight of being.
Yes, I hate it so much.
You just say random nothing nonsense and can convince the enemy, like, I'm just gonna give up, you're right.
Joe McCafferty, and then you get replaced with your doppelganger.
Well, that's not how it works, but...
No, but it's like, how often have we seen that? You have to fight yourself because you are the great threat.
In some of the endings, you do have to... Or I shouldn't say the endings, in the alternate, like, non-standard copies of the universe, you do have to fight yourself, but it's a different version of you.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
You have suffered for all of us.
To reference
I never
another
had to
meme-
play this.
Hmm?
I was just saying, I never had to play this. I got to watch you.
To reference another meme, though, it reminds me of that old Wint tweet of, like, please someone help me budget, my family is dying, and it's like, you know, $500 for rent, $200 for food, $100 for electricity, $1,100 on candles. And then someone replies, buy less candles, and he's just like, no. It seems like fucking the same mindset of Bethesda here.
Have you considered
Ironically-
planning this out from the beginning and actually writing something?
Yep. Ironically, this is actually there's an ongoing meme with the furry community, right? The suspiciously wealthy furries
Oh
that are
no.
always getting all this artwork and everything like that. But here's the thing about it is, like, yeah, they're spending $10,000 on a fucking suit, and then the very next day they're begging people for handouts because they can't make rent. It's like,
Yeah, the tale of the trust fund furry.
yeah, it's just like, Jesus Christ, that they're not actually that wealthy. They're just constantly getting handouts for everyone else. They have no, like, semblance of self-awareness or self-restraint in these regards. When an artist they like is open, they'll jump at it and they'll throw thousands of dollars, and it's like, but you can't make rent this month. What are you
But
doing?
I need a new pair of paws.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous.
I can't attend the rave at the next convention without my new paws.
Mm-hmm.
Streaming with furries was a mistake.
Well, thankfully, I'm not one.
I am.
Yeah, I'm the.
I've
the open
never
version
been
of
that.
Skelly.
I've never been that guy, but I know the problem.
Yeah, I've never been that guy either. But it's so fucking thing. This is suspiciously wealthy furries is just, it is a meme, totally and utterly, because they're just people that don't know how to manage money.
Just a quick note on that. It's like the original furry community. You could pretty much centralize most of it to San Jose, California. Silicon Valley, lots of income. Yeah. So anyway,
That was the other thing too. Is
Is that why furries run the internet?
yes,
yeah,
it is.
that's not
It
ironic.
actually is. That was the joke that a lot of people made, that, like, whenever there is a furry convention, you should be very terrified. And everyone was like, why? You know, as long as we don't care about this. Like, no. If the plane goes down, the entire internet is going with them. And they're like, why? What do you mean? It's like, have you realized how many IT specialists and the entire IT industry is made up of 80% furries? Okay.
It's more like 10%, but yeah.
Yeah, but the meme being...
I mean, legitimately, it's like 10%.
All over.
It's enough to crash the system if they were all crooked once.
Yep.
Anyways.
Like, you should pray that plane arrives at its
Yeah,
destination.
I apologize, Creed, but I have an excuse. I'm drunk.
I have an excuse. I don't care.
Well, we're moving on. I am tired of hearing about furries,
Proceed.
especially with my chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have a lot of time. And we also made sure we assigned him a separate level designer from BGS Montreal, Samuel Fronteau, handled the layout. Because as we learned previously, asking someone to do both an incredibly large space and an incredibly large quest in a small amount of time was not possible.
No shit? Wait. Like, you're telling me that you've overworked the person, and then it's a bad thing?
Yeah, that's what they learned from Far Harbor, because they assigned one person to do a large quest and a large dungeon for the vault.
I can actually see why this is. They're essentially creating a large space that they don't care whether it's used or not.
Yeah.
It's like, here you go. I've created this large area. Now put your quest into it. So, yeah, disconnected development once again.
You know, it also explain why, like, for the final dungeon, it's so lame and lackluster and doesn't feel special at all.
Yeah.
It's
And
just
it's
there's a
completely,
shooting
like-
gallery.
And it's nonsensical. Like, why the fuck was this entire facility here? Like a massive facility, and nobody ever did anything, like, here? They never touched any of this stuff? Like, again, how do the artifacts actually fucking work?
God. The Pippa profile pictures share the same brain cell. Just see that in chat.
Yes, we have multiple Pippa PFPs in here.
Yeah, there's
didn't we have a trio?
There was 4 of them. I'm pretty sure there was 4.
Yeah,
there was
they were multiplying.
Voices Will Not Stop, Sierra Anderson. Those are the only 2 I'm seeing in chat right now, but there was others earlier. I saw them.
I preferred when it was a trio. One was looking directly at you, one to the right and one to the left.
Yeah. Pippa everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, I see her face.
Everywhere you go, Pippa wants to know who you are.
Oh no. Oh, there's one of them, Anna Felina.
I still love that whole, like, meme of where Face Connect recruits from is the fucking insane asylum.
Yeah.
So good. And they inspect Pippa, and she's trying to make the ramen.
Well,
like, never wash your eggs, chat. I fucking
the pink yabbit cannot be stopped.
That one in particular, Setch, is a parody of the Terminator 2 scene. But it's been a meme for a while that Face Connect hires out of the insane asylum, because it was like, oh, here's Sakana at the local insane asylum to hire people. It's just a picture of him, like, dropped onto a real-life picture of an insane asylum.
Yeah. I've always said that every single time Pippa has ever done a hand stream where you can see her actual real hands, it has been a disaster in multiple ways. At the ramen drawer, the trying to crack an egg and put it in ramen and it hits the desk.
Yeah, I love the meme where someone drew like an actual thing of that. Where it's kind of looking through like the asylum, like sliding door room thing, and then it's just fucking Pippa screaming like, "I missed!"
Yeah, that's the Terminator 2 one.
Yeah.
Pagan had his rags moment.
Reminder that the title of this stream is checking out level and quest design from Skyrim to Starfield.
Yeah, we've been doing that.
And it's been a train wreck from one side to the other.
Well, it wouldn't be if this fucking presentation itself wasn't a train wreck. We're learning deep lore here that no one at Bethesda knows what the fuck they're doing.
It's like watching the chemical car flip in slow motion as a disconnect from the rest of the train.
Oh no, apparently Dailyo Khan has a Pippa picture too.
Oh no. It's
It looks like she's wearing a Fed hat of some kind. They're spreading! They are. Okay, we need to get back to the video, though. I do.
The infection continues.
So we knew we needed help from the beginning. So Steve,
oh boy, did you need help from the beginning!
A dimension hopping mechanic. Starfield is ultimately a story about parallel universes, and he thought we could take spaces from the main story and have you hop into them throughout the final sequence.
You mean this wasn't planned from the beginning?
Oh my god!
Also,
it's ultimately a story about X, but we're not doing X.
Yeah.
Until we. God.
It doesn't make any sense either, because the questions that he asks and you talk to him with, it's not a parallel thing. It just feels like it's a mind trip.
Yeah.
It's not like an alternate dimension.
Yeah, because if this is, the read I had on it is it was the Unity challenging you somehow.
Like a really shitty version of the 2001 Space Odyssey where he goes through all the alternate realities and sees like himself as the space baby and shit.
Oh no.
I mean, that would actually be artistic. This is, I don't know what the fuck it is.
Well, as we're learning out, this doesn't even seem to be pretentious. It's just something they fucking slapped in because they thought it should be there.
We realized at the last minute there should be a dimension hopping mechanic. Really?
Tie everything together. We also added in a final fight with an adversary, including a way to skip the fight entirely using the speech challenge system. And Steve repeated the dimension hopping mechanic here so that you would be fighting your adversary throughout several iconic spaces from the main quest.
Which is insanely fucking tedious, by the way. Fuck you for making this. Fuck you,
I was so glad I didn't have to deal with that bullshit. Because I just said random nonsense words strung together that were completely meaningless, being responded to in kind by stuff that didn't make any sense to the words I had just said, and then we just parted ways and I could touch the artifact.
I'm sure you would
so
help
happy.
me if you wanted to. Very well. I, the hunter, will not pursue the artifacts this time.
Mm-hmm. So fucking... Oh, God.
I am having trouble pouring the shots at this point.
Oh god, Jen the Derp got infected too. Chad is gonna be half Pippa soon enough.
It will be all Pippa eventually.
It's a fucking pink goo event.
The voices will not stop. If you're cold, they're cold. Let the Pippas in.
Oh god.
Oh no, the Pippa's stacked.
There's the other one from earlier, Gritter. Except Bioshock Infinite was hot garbage. Fucking based and true. Yeah, Bioshock Infinite was dog shit. Fucking hate that game.
Quest. So this was really made possible by a collaboration, a very classic collaboration between old veteran designers from Skyrim and new designers who had come in more recently. And the thing that made this work was necessity and urgency. So as teams get large, they will silo naturally. That happens. But
that is incorrect.
First of all, this isn't a classic collaboration. This is necessity.
Yeah, you were desperate for this guy to save.
Oh, it's a classic collaboration. No, this is you trying to scramble to find people who know what the fuck they're doing.
This is, you were told to work on the assignment and it would be due on Monday, and you're showing up to school in 2 hours, and you're like, fuck.
That is literally necessity and urgency broke silos. You're there presenting your volcano at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, shot down.
I can't help but feel like these two guys, their understanding of game development has been ruined by Bethesda, in the sense that that's where they started, and they learned all the wrong lessons because of how fucked up Bethesda is. So now they're going out and taking this bad information onto their own new companies.
Read what it says. Necessity and urgency broke silos. So you knew silos were there, but you couldn't break them on your own. These factors broke them.
Yeah, but the other thing too is, remember, he said that teams always devolve into silos as they get bigger.
They don't always. Because you lose control.
What does it mean to divide into a silo? I haven't heard that terminology before.
Okay,
now.
Siloing is when a given department gets into itself and doesn't cooperate with others. There's no cross communication.
Because they don't know what anyone else is doing, nobody's communicating with them, so they become more internalized. It becomes an in-group versus an out-group at that point.
That sounds like really bad to have your company do.
Yes. And again, he was saying that, it's just going to happen no matter what when you get larger. No, it won't. If you have proper pipelines in place and a proper workflow and work chart, it will never happen.
And,
because
proper
those
team
departments will properly go to their department lead, who will then go to the project lead. Like, you'll be branched off. You won't turn into a silo. The problem is Bethesda doesn't know this shit. They only just learned with Starfield. The documentation is important.
Yeah, this is preventative material. This is like somebody on a battlefield is like, wow, I'm bleeding. What should I do about this?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should bandage it. No, maybe I can just leave it alone for a while. It'll heal up on its own. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sorry, I'm going into the critical drinker mode. I'm sorry.
Necessity and urgency also naturally breaks silos, because we knew we had to have this piece in for the main quest. Main quest is an important piece of content. It gets priority, but we also knew we didn't have a lot of time. So trying to do everything formally wasn't going to work.
No.
It's literally the only way you can do it properly.
Yeah, but also, you had plenty of fucking time. They made the fucking jokes that this is 25 years in development. This is what makes this so much worse. You had all the time in the fucking universe to get these groundwork and tracks laid out.
Okay, in all fairness, setting aside the quote-unquote 25-year process, there was no rush job here. There was no critical movement that they had to do. Aside from the fact that they had stacked up so many people in this goddamn development team, they probably couldn't afford to keep them going infinitely.
I think
so they buried themselves.
I think the reason they made it a rush job, even though it didn't have to be, was for Microsoft. They wanted that Microsoft buyout. I think that's why they made it a rush job.
That's a possibility. I'm not going to discard that.
But like the reason, like,
it's a theory. Go ahead, say the word.
No, I just keep thinking about how shit that final quest is in Starfield, and they're like, oh yeah, well, through necessity we had to break the silo to make this. It's like, oh my god, like,
it's a slap together job.
Yeah.
And it shows. We urgently had to break the silo to finish the game. How do we do this? Oh, we need a final dungeon, and there needs to be a final battle and a space battle. And okay, where's the narrative underlying tone for this? What?
Yeah, it's all just filler.
It's just like, no, we don't need to worry about that because they're going on to the next universe, and that's the story.
Mm,
I mean, literally, between when the fights start and when you go on to the next universe, what story really is there?
there is the Unity telling you the very, very, very extremely fucking vague outcomes of your actions.
Yeah.
And all of that is to lead up to going to the next universe, right?
Yeah, and doing it all over
Yeah.
again.
Right.
Yep.
Had a lot of experience with how long that bureaucracy would take, and so we know we needed to suspend things. So we moved mountains and shifted things around so that a small group of people could work on this very, very quickly.
Moved mountains?
Oh my
So
god.
a small number of people could get shit done?
Imagine saying you
Yeah.
had to move mountains to get this fucking dog shit ass quest done.
I like, it would be one thing if it was like if it was a good quest in the game, but it's one of the worst quests in the game.
It sounds like they're saying that they were fighting their own inertia.
And they were. Remember, they had to call in that dude and beg him to come in to save their ass.
What did they take him off of? Because he was clearly working on something else before that.
I have no idea.
God, this... How the fuck can Bethesda function? Like, with what I'm
Cash.
hearing here, it sounds like they shouldn't even be able to make the games of the quality they do. Not to imply they are quality, but, like, this just sounds like such a
subpar slop
fucking
they have.
clusterfuck that, like, how do you get anything done ever?
To me, the sentence that they have here on the screen right now is just so damning.
Now, you don't need to wait for an emergency in order to do this. The
But you
important
did!
thing is providing your team with a set of project-centered goals and project-centered communication. Always.
But you didn't!
No fucking shit!
Yeah, this is stuff that's basic bitch things. I can't believe your ultimate thing is make sure you have your department leads and a project lead for a clear, unified vision.
Make sure you
no
have
kidding.
goals, make sure you have communication.
My god, this is how this fucking works.
I see now
You
why...
gotta imagine that somebody at Larian is just like downing their third bottle watching this.
Yeah, Larian Studios is just, anybody that worked there is just gonna be looking at this guy like, and these are the people that are supposed to be our colleagues? And remember, Larian isn't even a AAA studio. They're a AA studio.
I mean, maybe this is just a really good argument for scaling down in projects.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to scale down in project. I mean, for Bethesda, they absolutely need to.
I mean,
But Larian is bigger than Bethesda now.
well, I mean, in terms of, okay, remember that this is supposed to be Todd's great project, and that he based it off of what was Traveler. To him, Traveler was the inspiration, because Traveler had he did say that.
No,
Traveler was actually his
fucking lie.
What's Traveler?
I swear to
No,
God.
and here's the thing: Traveler has a great proc gen system built into it for tabletop.
I know.
And
I know what Traveler.
if he had been able, or they had been able to come anywhere close to that, this would be an instant classic. And just to see how this was fumbled all the way from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, that's why I can't accept that he thought of Traveler.
He has said that officially.
I know that Admiral Tony Donning has said he did say it officially as well. I just can't wrap my head around it. It seems much more like a usual Toddism fucking lie and cope.
It's like somebody saying my idea for a new superhero was Batman, and you came up with a guy who lives in a trash can.
Yeah. Like it doesn't compute. It doesn't sound real to me.
It's like coming up with like, here's my prequel to Lord of the Rings, and here's Rings of Power.
Oh, I mean, honestly, that's a higher level than what we're talking here. The distance and the difference. Okay, no. I am inspired by Lord of the Rings. What did I come up with? Pick Your Path Adventure D&D Book 1.
Mm.
People know constantly and consistently, hey, this is what the current problem with the project is. All of the departmental leads need to know that when it comes to their individual work and their individual teams, we need to all collectively sacrifice for these higher level goals.
Sacrifice?
You don't have to sacrifice. Again, if you have a proper workflow and you have proper organization in place, you don't have to sacrifice anything other than obviously for feature creep and stuff like that. But that's stuff that's going to happen where, we can't get that done, so we'll drop that. That'll free up this and so on and so forth. But again, this is where your meetings between your department leads and your project leads come into play.
This just sounds like I took a calculated risk, but man, am I bad at math?
Yeah. I took a calculated risk, but I'd only ever played chess. Or no, wait, even better. I only even played Kerplunk.
I am halfway through this bottle, and by this rate, I'm going to be dead.
Please don't die.
No, okay. I'm kidding. I don't really have a problem holding that much liquor, although I will be drunk off my ass. I'm holding it together okay right now. I'm trying to space it out. I'm really trying to reserve this for really stupid shit, and I will hold off if it gets bad.
Okay.
And I know I'm slurring my words.
Hit the things that we need to hit. So let's talk about some takeaways. Number one, write and design your game together. You might have an area of responsibility, but your colleagues in your other specialties have a lot to add to your work.
That is an incredible graphic they decided to go with.
Have a design document, basically.
They have a fucking bouncing sword on the screen while he's talking about this.
Yes, this was the haunted mansion, haunted manor thing in fucking Stone Place.
Morthal.
Boingy.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is this is basic bitch shit everybody knows. He's talking about you have unified things and talk to everybody. It's like, have a design document, so you know what the end goal is.
The thing that email says never to do.
Yeah. It's just...
Morthal's the swamp. This is Markarth. Okay.
There you go.
Up. It's one of the M cities. I hate them all.
The M cities.
Have other perspectives, and you do not need to be defensive or ultimately even in control of your own content. We're all...
What?
No.
Hey, okay, Mouse Boy, you with the floppy ears, I want to hear from you on this.
Yeah, I agree, Pagan.
I'm going to yank those ears. I'm going to put an earring in them to pull on. You speak up.
What? What did I miss? I was reading something.
You were what?
I was reading something.
This trash argument that this guy has here. Back it up for 10 seconds so Pagan can hear.
Okay, yeah. How much was that? Yeah.
Add to your work. They have other perspectives, and you do not need to be defensive or ultimately even in control of your own content. We're all along for the ride. They will make the work better.
Not always. Incorrect.
What? Wait.
I want to hear Pagan on this.
What is he saying is in control if not them? What, the higher ups? Is that what he's saying?
Teammates, basically, other people.
No. No. Because then there's no, lead universal vision for the thing. Everyone's just doing their own thing.
Yeah. And
That's bad.
That's why we got the games we did. Because, again, if I was making a big fantasy open world game like Skyrim, I would want to try and figure out, okay, what's going to be the lore for each area? What's going to make sense to have as quests in each area? And, like, build from there. Are we going to add any new factions? Are we going to bring back existing factions? How are we going to do everything? What's the established existing lore for these areas, you know?
Yeah.
Where it sounds like it's just, hey, yes, I am Bethesda quest designer. I am designing quest here. My quest is done. Without, like, knowing what anyone else is doing.
Just that, he specifically just made mention of the fact that don't be defensive about your own work. Other people can come in and change it all they want.
Yeah.
And he's like, and you should allow them to change the things. Like, no, you should be defensive if the idea is stupid. Again, this is where a centralized design philosophy is good. Have a design document, know what the actual end goal is, and then try to work towards that end goal. And that way, if somebody makes a suggestion, you can then compare it. Well, will this get us to the end goal, or will it not?
Also, remember to develop a shared language with the people you're collaborating with, especially if they're in another department. It'll help you kind of more efficiently put your content into the game, but it ends up expanding your story telling abilities and allows you to push the content you do end up with in the game into fun in different directions.
I am sorry, you two are not qualified to tell anyone what is a good fucking thing to do for making stories. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is this shared language?
If you have a central design philosophy and document, that is your shared language. That's what the purpose is. That's what it's created for. So everybody has a unified vision and knows what you're working towards.
I'm sitting here going like, okay, let's say that this quest is we want the player to find item Q, and item Q will forward the plot by entering documents X, Y, and Z. Okay, so we'll build on more lore. This will give us more leads on other quests. All right, so how do we implement that? And you've got some guy over in I shouldn't say programming, but in scripting, go like, I don't understand what you mean. What? How do you simplify it any more than that?
Yeah. Bethesda.
And I'm drunk. I'm drunk, and I can come up with this shit.
Bethesda. Come on, guys. It's Chaos Theory, but for video games.
Sounds like
it's the equivalent of 10,000 monkeys in a room with typewriters.
Yep. As Ambrose just said, oh, look, it's the quest that takes place on the World War I ship.
Yeah.
Oh, God. No.
It's my favorite World War I ship.
Slap you.
You can't slap what is not near you.
I will find you.
I will reach through the internet and exert my energy in the form of photons that exit the actual computer.
You'll be wondering, why does the LCD screen look so fucking weird? You'll be like,
just this hand with 3 fingers reaches out back.
I have 5 fingies, thank you very much.
I just see voices will not stop a chat. Slap his dick.
Bailiff. Alright. Hey, alright. I know you're in the room with him, Kobold number 23. Alright, slap his people.
Oh God.
Ow! Not mine. Anyway, so
give your team clear goals and let them reach
no
for
shit.
it. Creatives really thrive in a sandbox where things are
no shit.
No. I will actually push back on this creatives thrive in a sandbox thing. Creatives thrive through specific limitations placed upon them.
Yeah.
Because then they figure out how to get around the obstacle.
When the creative is given us a sandbox, they create their own thing, which may or may not be on target with anybody else.
Yes. So you need specific limitations. Like, for example, we're in the Fallout universe. It doesn't have magic.
No.
There's a limitation. And then Mill comes along. We were going to put magic in, then somebody took it out of the system.
God.
Again,
Okay, continue.
limitations are genuinely a good thing for creative people. Now, not hardcore, like, you need to micromanage, but giving them, like, this is your play space. These are your hard limits that we cannot break at any one time. Batman cannot kill anybody. So find ways to get around that. You have... Whoa, there's no magic in fucking Fallout. So find a way to do interesting things.
Oh, yeah,
without
yeah.
magic.
There's no magic in Fallout, but remember Oswald? Remember fucking Cthulhu bullshit?
No. Yeah, trust me. We're
Yeah.
getting into crazy stuff there.
Oh, God.
Having limitations. Fucking the hardware you're specifically on has limitations. So we're gonna use fog to cover up the enemies. Fucking there you go, Silent Hill.
Yeah. Well, for Silent
Okay,
Hill, it wasn't covering up the enemies. It's because they couldn't render too far at the detail they wanted, and the only way to make it work is to have it extremely foggy.
Which was so good.
Yeah.
Because then they also came up with the other solution was you couldn't see the enemies far away anymore.
Yep.
So your radio blares static when they're nearby. Really, really fucking clever. Again, limitation breeds creativity.
As I just pointed out in chat, you can do a lot to someone without killing them, and it's usually more interesting.
Yep.
Yes, like nuggification.
There are many narrative options when you don't box yourself in.
Being nuggeted in Space Station 13 is one of the worst fates. It's a true fate worse than death.
Mods
so
nugget this man.
That has happened. When somebody is misbehaving, they'll be like, the gods have taken notice. And then suddenly you'll see someone's arms and legs fly off, and they're just laying on the floor with nothing but their head rolling around going,
I have to take it back there. I said when you don't box yourself in, but actually you do need to box yourself in order to find a way out of the box. And that's what will often spark creativity.
Fine, but there's a lot of room to play and experiment. This will allow them to achieve things and surprise you in ways you didn't think were possible.
And also remember that when the work gets difficult, people will tend to do what is most comfortable to them, and oftentimes that's retreating back into their specialties. This will end up having a negative effect on any shared language that has been developed, and it will also end up focusing the content of your game on the
Not necessarily.
No, see, the problem is that if you know that times are going to get tough, people are going to fall back on what they're most comfortable with. You should have already had a system in place to compensate for this. Their leads, their team leads, who can go to their department leads, who can go up to the project lead. Like, this is how you get around these problems and be like, hey, we've run into this. We don't know how to progress. We're going to spread out and see, is there somebody who's more qualified for this particular problem we're having? Is there another department who could take a crack at this?
Right. It's a matter of backing people into a corner to get the best out of them. As opposed to, we're just going to let you retreat into your shell.
Yeah, exactly.
stuff that's easier to do. So make sure that if you want certain content in your game, make sure it's not super difficult to implement, or you won't get as much as you want of it.
And finally, large teams will naturally silo, and
again, they will not.
I've just noticed
showing this shit as like an example of solving a problem. Like, fuck off. This is worse shit in Starfield.
Yeah.
It just occurs to me that these guys are swapping off.
Yeah.
Yes. And this script has been rehearsed thing. It's a hardcore script stuff, right? That's why that guy was speaking in that particular cadence that I pointed out last time. But it's, again, large teams will not naturally silo. No, that is a breakdown. That's when the entire control has been lost and people are doing their own thing now. You've lost the effectiveness of leadership.
And emergencies will naturally break them out of it, but you do not need to wait for an emergency. Clear, consistent, project-level goals and...
Also, there's a question. He contacted this one guy naturally to help with this quest. That doesn't seem like breaking the silo to me, though. It seems like one person reaching out from within the silo to get someone's help on something, as opposed to the actual silo being broken.
What got me was him saying you do not have to wait for an emergency.
Yeah.
What?
Like, again, if you don't have to wait for an emergency, it means you don't need to allow a silo to be created in the fucking first place, right?
Imagine somebody who's like sitting there waiting for an emergency.
Yeah.
Just like I'm not going to do anything until the alarm goes off.
Yeah.
That seems like how they were actually running things, and he's actually warning people not to do that.
Communication will keep everyone focused on what they need to focus on, and everyone will do what's necessary to make sure that the project succeeds over their department or their individual teams.
Will they?
So we want to take a moment here to thank all of the collaborators we've named in this talk, and also all of the collaborators we did.
There's 10 minutes of this left. What the fuck else are they going to talk about if they're thanking people now?
Is it going to be a QA at the end? Because I've seen some GDC stuff devolves into that, a QA at the end.
Maybe.
It does say all other designers, artists, programmers, producers, QA, family, and friends. I don't know. Maybe they're going to get into it.
That's special thanks, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's quality assurance.
Yeah.
On that. I'm talking about questions and answers. That seems to be how a lot of GDC things will wrap up with. Anybody have questions?
Oh,
right.
Tony Donning says yes, there's some Q&A. Hopefully the questions relate to how fucking shit this presentation was and how much of a disaster Bethesda is.
I doubt it because, again, this is the games industry and people hold a fucking grudge.
Yeah.
10 minutes left for everyone to start screaming at cloud, says Green Tea. That's about right.
It takes a lot of people to make these games. So thank you for everyone who has worked on us on various titles over the years. And we want to...
I know it was a slip, but thanks for everyone who worked on us.
Yeah, we don't need to point that stuff out. It's
over the years.
No, I find it amusing. I'm not pointing out for a thing. I just think it's funny.
I want to give a special mention to Ferret Bodwin. As Darrell said, we lost Ferret during the production of Starfield. We had known him for over a decade. He was a very fiercely optimistic person, probably the most optimistic person we had ever worked with. He brought a lot of joy, both to the content he made and to the team. So thank you so much, Ferret.
Ferret?
That is an unusual name. I'm guessing it's someone who died on the team, though.
Ferret's alive?
It is.
I'm sorry. I had to do a Flash Gordon bit.
But it is just such a strange name. Who names their child Ferret? It just seems like mean-spirited.
It's maybe I missed it, but it sounded like they were talking about a team leader or a reference.
Well, no,
Kelbeck, yes, but who gave them the name Ferret if not their parents?
Right. Okay, this is Ferret Johnson. Imagine you went through high school with that name. Hey, Ferret!
Yeah, that is an unfortunate name. Rest in peace.
Ferret
who died, though.
Yeah, as somebody said, furry parents.
Maybe.
Anyway.
There it is. Script and Q&A, Cree. No real thinking allowed. Fair. Let's hope this section goes quick. I want this to be over and fucking done with.
Thank you all for coming. Please line up for questions. Remember to fill out your evaluations. This is our social media handles if you want to talk to us later. Thank you so much.
Hi, great talk. Thank you for being so diligent about crediting people and your collaborators. My question is, you mentioned a shared language multiple times throughout the talk, and I think that probably looks differently depending on, the different teams and the different studios that those teams are working at. I was wondering if you could give us any examples of like specific terms or specific.
What? Why?
Yeah, I actually want to know.
But I'm curious why you would particularly need to know this. I want to know what theirs are, but I don't know why this would be a question to ask. Like a shared language, like literally talk amongst the people at your company. What's knowing Bethesda's language and lingo going to do for you at your company? Other than add confusion if you start using it and then everyone looks at you like, what? And it's like, oh, well, Bethesda uses it. Okay. So? Softball questions fill time. I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of like, it sounds like the questioner is asking for like almost a lexicon of terms or something.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah,
And
he's asking for examples, so that's why it makes it weird.
well, let's hear it quickly. And if this just turns out to be a nothing segment, we could cut it after that.
Progressions of that shared language, like, oh, when we figured out how to have this shared term that really helped us in this way, something like that.
Okay, yeah, so specific examples of shared language. So I don't know, I can't even remember when we developed certain terms, but like, for example, at Bethesda Game Studios, we had terms like trigger box and essential NPC.
Yeah.
And
It's whatever the checkbox got named. We didn't.
But that's normal. That's normal
Oh
stuff.
my god.
That's generic.
Trigger boxes exist in most games. You open up a fucking Valve map and you'll see trigger boxes all over the what are you doing?
It sounds like they're talking about terminology that other people had to actually learn.
The way they're talking, it sounds like they're fucking inventing words like
Yeah.
Travelglomf. You know? But they're still using actual words like trigger. Yeah, trigger box. It exists in fucking pretty much every game.
What's a trigger box? Oh, well, that's when the bullet hits the character. That's a hit box. No, a trigger box is when the event fires because somebody enters this area. Wait, what? The floop dempers. I don't know. It sounds like they were just kind of coming up with stuff on the flyer, which makes sense with everything else they've talked about.
Yep.
Yeah. So when we were working together, there's a lot of, like, for example, so trigger volumes where you need to know whether something is within this space or the player has entered this space. We just called them trigger boxes. And so I would just be like, hey, Darl, I threw down a trigger box. It's called MQ101 stage 50. Don't move it.
Yeah.
And
We talk about aliases a lot. That's a big part of quests. So we'd come up with like what they can and can't do, and an alias is just a pointer to something in the game world that the quest can hold on to and refer to even if it's not loaded. But it's all little goofy things like that, which can either come from, your studio having proper documentation so the language stays alive, or the way it happened at Bethesda, it was like you'd sit down and learn how to use the tool or learn from someone else.
This is literally just using the tools. This is creation kit shit.
Think about what he said. You
Yeah.
can either have this through design documents or the way we learned it at Bethesda. So not design documents, I see. So we just had to ask somebody and get trained specifically. Jesus Christ.
God, dude.
Oh my god.
I don't know, man. Like, I know it's a softball question, but this just seems really, really fucking lame.
And this is all about shared language. This isn't shared language. This is literally just, by the way, this is how the program works.
Yeah. And I feel like this would just kind of come up naturally when making games with other people of, oh yeah, this is an essential NPC. Because essential needs are important, so they can't die.
We have 185 people watching now.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
And then the should just kind of develop. It's not specifically terms, it's just an understanding of maybe what you're asking of them. When you ask them a question, you kind of know how much work you're asking from them. That's kind of what I take out of shared language.
Yeah, definitely.
Hi. First, I just wanted to thank you both for these games and your work.
Again, I don't think these people can be like, that presentation was shit or anything like that. They can't say.
I know.
Because, yeah.
But
I'd like for you to go back and tell us about how the launch of 76 was rocky again.
Yeah.
Since you spent all of 15 seconds on that point.
But come on, can you suck them off any fucking harder? Jesus Christ.
Well, again, I think a lot of this is because so much of this is networking.
Yeah, I know.
These are people who don't want to cut off their contacts with people.
I know.
Yeah,
I know, but
that's what I'm getting at. Remember, this industry is incredibly fucking petty and holds a grudge.
Incestuous as fuck.
Yep.
I gotta take this to Kirsha. She'll pop a fucking tit.
I got another shot ready to go. Let's see what they've got to say.
Yeah, let's do it.
I genuinely, these games and quests and levels raised me and and taught me, it made me who I am in terms of quest design, and game development.
Oh boy, we've got another person who was taught wrong. Thank you, Bethesda.
How many times did he say in that? It's at least 4 times. It's like. So I was totally surfing yesterday. I was watching the beach and there was sun and everything. I was burning and then wiped out. Sorry, I'm minor California coming in.
Person in general, and I really appreciate that. And coming from that, I'm very curious, because you've worked at this studio for a long time, and you've left now, and I'm just curious, with this large amount of scale and this huge growth in the team that seems to have created a lot of stress, and a lot of difficulty to manage, what?
Oh my
do you
God!
Think that, a large team inherently creates this, or is it the scope of the game from the beginning? I'm just curious of what could have been avoided or what could be improved. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I do not understand what he asked. I do not fucking understand what he asked because he put so many likes in there.
He's almost as bad as that guy Mediker covered fucking years ago, Ross, the fucking extreme weirdo.
Okay, I'm
it's
originally
Valley Girl.
I'm originally from California, and I've never heard anybody use that many times in a single.
Rip. You've never heard of Valley Girl before?
No, dude. You're talking to a guy who grew up with Valley Girls. Let me talk about some Valley Girls, dude.
I know what they're like, bro.
I'm so fucking sick of the word like.
Gag me with a spin! Fuck, man, I grew up with that goddamn song even.
Having to listen to that guy ask his fucking question, I never want to hear the word like ever again.
Unfortunately, we need to figure out what the fuck he asked.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost back it up because he put it in there so many times. He sectioned his own question off so many times.
He was asking about the fucking big team, and it caused some stresses and something or other.
Okay, let's try and parse this then.
So you want me to go back?
If you want to. I mean, I'm not going to press on it.
I really don't want to hear this fucker say like a dozen more times. I really,
Like,
really
dude,
don't.
just move on with it. You know,
Yeah.
enjoy life.
We can just go on then and try to hear what the thing is. Maybe we'll get the context of the question from
Really,
the answer.
It's just because I have a shot here waiting for this.
Create bureaucracy and stress, and could this be solved with scaling? So scale and team size are kind of the same thing, especially nowadays. So the bigger your game, the more people you need. I don't know if scale is necessarily the enemy of agility, but I do think that when teams get larger, there are certain natural things that happen. One of them I mentioned is silo.
Again, that's not natural. That's your leadership being fucked up.
I will actually give him points for being able to figure out what the guy was asking and making a relatively intellectual response to it.
I'll take away those points because what he just said is fucking nonsense.
Yeah, I understand at the end there, but still. So I'm not taking a shot on that. Just continue, please.
One is, so there's a neurological theory called Dunbar's number. That's how many social connections that you can support in your brain.
Okay, now I'm taking a shot. Fuck that Dunbar number.
Oh god. Do I even want to hear what this fucking thing is?
Dunbar number is the concept of having a maximum number of people that you can actually interact with functionally. Theoretically, it's the number of actual acquaintances and friends that you can have that actually matter.
Okay.
Now, I'm oversimplifying it, but essentially it's a social concept. And what he's doing this is trying to apply the social science concept to a corporate structure where it doesn't work. Because Dunbar numbers are specific to an individual. It's more like kind of like the Overton window where you have a range of things that you can believe in and tolerate.
Yeah.
It's similar to that in terms of numbers of people that you can interact with functionally. Like the number of actual friends you can have as opposed to acquaintances online. People that you know that you are friends with, family members, extended family, that sort of thing, and then extending out from that to acquaintances of acquaintances. Again, I'm simplifying this, but that's essentially it.
Okay.
The Dunbar number is the maximum number of people you can legitimately socialize with.
To be about 150. So once you pass 150, it's impossible to hold everyone in your head and have a connection with everyone on the team.
It's not impossible. It's not possible.
Because, again, that's reliant on how many people you can actually process. Some higher functioning people can go to 250 or more.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So
I will
for
fucking read
zero. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
And yes, I will read that. I mean...
So you need to start kind of splitting things off. And I think if you're very aggressive about chunking up the team so that it doesn't get above that size, you can have individual sub-teams within a larger project that can then have a collaborative sort of natural relationship. Or another thing you could do is just be very aggressive about titles, formalization, and communication structure.
See, there's the problem that he has.
Go ahead.
The problem that he has there is that he's going like, or you could do this. He's talking about trying to have a natural structure. The problem is he's going with the idea of Dunbar numbers having a hard number. That's not true. And because different people have different Dunbar numbers and the ability to socialize with each other, you get a very sliding scale of what an organization based on Dunbar numbers can deal with. That's why you go with a formalized system instead. And he is basically saying that that's the bad idea. He wants to
I
have
know.
a quote-unquote more naturalized version where he should be going with a formalized version.
Yes. When you get larger as a company, you need to go more formalized. You need to have where your teams understand who your team lead is, who your department lead is, and who the project lead is. Again, it's broken down like that for a reason, so you can track down problems and you can be more efficient in the structure and not get siloed off.
Let's bear in mind another thing. He thinks that a Dunbar number is basically a hard number of about 150.
Yes.
When you have about 650 people, and you think Dunbar number is a hard 150, you're going to divide by that 150, and that's not necessarily what actually works.
Yep.
So you are going by bad figures to come up with your organization in the first place.
Yeah. If you're somebody that's low on the totem pole, you really only need to know your immediate team members, your lead, and maybe the department lead. You don't have to really worry about everything else. That's their job to do. It's the team lead's job to know who all the department leads are. It's the department lead's job to know who the project lead is. Like, what?
Yeah, that's exactly why you structure like that.
Yep. So that way you don't have this thing where you have a person who's like, I've got a problem and now I have to solve it all on my own. No, you take your problem to your team lead. Your team lead takes it to the department lead. The department lead takes it to the project lead so they can get a conference with all the departments, figure out, okay, who is best capable to handle this situation.
Yeah, and essentially the point of narrowing is to take advantage of the quote-unquote Dunbar number, if you want to call it that, and reduce it to a level where it's much easier to work with individuals. That's why you have split organization. That's why you have a pyramid organization or even a lateral organization. And Waylay 108, you were asking, can anybody can be a team lead? Yes. As long as you have a basic concept of organization and are willing to work with other people. God, I'm actually emotional about this.
It's the boring part of game development, but it's like flossing or eating your vegetables.
What?
Especially when you have a lot of people, that's what you have to do.
No.
Thank you very much.
But flossing or eating your vegetables.
Jesus Christ. Oh.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Another shot. I think I'm going on. I've lost count.
You might need to slow down for your own sake.
No, this is an imperative.
No.
Also, this stuff tastes really good. It's apple whiskey.
No. That's how it starts. He's starting to like the taste.
What do you mean starting?
Oh, no. He's already there. He's on the
Apple
road.
whiskey is good. I will not hear this slander.
No, I don't want him to turn into an alcoholic.
What do you mean turn? What do you mean turn into?
Oh no!
Look what you've done, Setch. I can't
Okay,
believe you've done
Master
this.
Ficus, honey is good. Honey, I've had honey whiskey, but I prefer the apple.
It's a canon event.
I've mentioned.
Oh, God.
Somebody's at Safe Llama is asking, "What are you drinking, Calbeck?" It's Jack Daniel's Tennessee Apple, which is decent. I won't say it's great, but it's decent.
We're so close to the end.
Go, go, go!
Hello. Just to echo what the last question asker just said, thank you for these games. They're awesome. Great talk. That was a lot of fun and a great trajectory through your entire history of games. My question is simple. A big part of the talk is basically cross-department collaboration, allowing people to do something that isn't their regular job. But something that I personally struggle with is when you get a ton of ideas or feedback or whatever from other departments that is maybe unwelcome or just isn't going to fit or whatever. How do you deal with getting ideas from a bunch of people who want to collaborate and want to contribute, but that can't make it in for whatever reason?
I actually like this question. Is more interesting. Like, what happens when the thing you said that we should allow to happen is detrimental to the end result? It's an actual hindrance and a burden to the project. So I would be curious how they answered this one.
This sounds okay. Straight up before they even answer, I think this is just a departmental head question. This is departmental head filter, but let's see how they answer.
Yeah, I want to see what their answer is, because they're talking about how don't get so defensive, don't take ownership of it. Everybody should be able to pitch in at any time, which I think is fucking stupid.
Reason.
So how do you deal with there's more feedback than time?
I mean, I don't know. It's more like if you're the level designer, you're ultimately responsible with at Bethesda, the location. So you kind of would assume all of the feedback you're getting is just suggestions.
Why is the level designer filtering this? Why is the level designer filtering this?
Because again, it's Bethesda. They have no concept of like who should actually be in charge of the feedback.
Sounds like they have no concept of who should be in charge of anything. Feels like even the team leads and project leads aren't really in charge of anything.
Why?
They're just kind of there.
Why is the level designer getting hit with this shit? It's like, hey, I have an idea for this level design. I'd like you to implement this. You send that to your department head for that area if you're not part of the team. And they filter it down. It's like, hey, have you considered this? Oh, maybe I'll take that on board. Otherwise, no. What the fuck?
A bunch of chickens with their heads cut off? Yeah, that's all I'm getting from this entire presentation.
You know, the stuff you're doing, that's what it is. So it's like, it can be hard. You can't incorporate it all, and they either have to know that or never learn it. I don't know.
Yeah. That's why it's so important to say who is ultimately responsible. Yes. You need to be able to say, okay, at the end of the day, you're going to have subjective calls that you have to make, and you need to know who's going to make that call.
You mean the department head?
For level.
Yeah.
You mean the guy in charge?
Well,
I'm actually going to hold off on doing another shot here because goddamn.
Yes, please hold off.
The level designer needs to make the final call when it comes to anything that affects the layout and the encounters in the space. The quest designer needs to make the final call on the narrative, story, and characters. That's just the way that we had divided up those responsibilities, but it's important to set those boundaries early.
Shouldn't the project lead have the final call on some of those things?
Okay.
Yes.
Like, if a quest massively fucking contradicts the lore.
That is actually the smartest thing that he said so far, though, that it needs to be done early. That you set this boundary early.
The problem is that this directly contradicts what he gave in his presentation.
Yeah.
People are coming in from outside the box and like giving him suggestions, air quotes, but they were heavily implied to be like, no, you need to do this.
It almost he sounds like he's saying, I wish this had been the case.
And then he fucks it up at the end by saying it's the level designer, and the quest designer's like, no, it isn't. It's whoever is the head of that department. They're the ones that get the final call on it. Or if it's something major, like this is lore and shit like that for our franchise, for our game, it's going to be the project lead.
Sierra Anderson says, Bethesda literally needs a community patch for their own fucking studio, and I cannot agree more.
They do. I agree fully with it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, thank you guys for the talk. My
Female detected.
question kind of
volume slider down.
As soon as you say female detected, it pops up.
Femoid detected. Destroy immediately.
Your goal to never change.
might end up being the same answer. I was surprised from your examples at how disjointed it seemed that quest and level design were, in terms of like the level designers were working on the level independent of what it was actually going to be in the quest, and it seemed to come together later on in development. So my first question is typically when did your guys' teams collaborate in the design process? And other than, I imagine, it should be at the beginning of the design, when should these teams collaborate?
Okay.
I agree with her. She actually like called out, like, it sounds like a disjointed fucking mess.
And
Yeah,
that's
straight
something-
up.
That's something I want to comment on too, because oh no, it looks like she just got herself blacklisted from the industry.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, she makes a damn good point.
Yeah, because it is genuinely one of those, like, yeah, it's a fucking mess, and this should have been done at the start, and you should have had a design document, and you should have had a fucking project lead.
Yeah, she's not sucking dick, which is great.
Yeah.
Rare female W.
Subverting expectations.
The one female to talk is the only one who hasn't sucked them off.
Lovely. I gotta go with it. Go, you go, girl.
She's fucking dead after this. Oh no, the Boeing assassins are coming.
Todd Howard personally murdered her after this presentation.
Based female.
Great.
Yeah, when should the teams collaborate? You feel like it felt like we were working independently and then came together. And that was, in our experience, there were different levels of that. So sometimes...
No. She's not
You
asking.
felt like it?
Yeah, no, it was what happened, 100%.
He's talking about the
Yes, you-
feels.
Yeah. She asked you when, not like... She gave an example of yours, which was a mess. She personally said yours was sounded like a fucking mess.
So let me get this straight. The woman is saying, you need to get your shit together. He's like, but we have the feels.
But my feels.
Wow.
So, again, and she specifically asked, when should you collaborate? And it should be at the beginning, right? She's trying to help throw you a bone here, too.
Oh, man. No, continue. I gotta hear the rest of this.
Times it was, hey, I came up with a quest. I need a space for it. Your space looks cool. I'm gonna take it.
Your space looks cool?
Are you fucking with me right now?
Okay, shut
Hold on. We need to go back and make sure he said this is how it actually happened. Hold on. Go back slightly.
Of that. So sometimes it was, hey, I came up with a quest.
No, I didn't go back far enough.
No. That was it, right? That was it.
I need a space for it. Your space looks cool. I'm gonna take it.
So that is how it
What?
actually worked at Bethesda. That's not like a hypothetical. That is actually how it worked at Bethesda.
This is
Jesus fuck.
I'm sorry, okay. This is surfer culture. Surfer culture. This is where somebody's like, dude, yeah, I just want to surf in your area. Is that okay? Because, I see some tasty waves coming up. I want to catch that.
I cannot believe this. They're just having the level designers make levels, and then a quest designer will browse through the levels and be like, I'm taking this one for my quest.
What the actual...
Holy shit.
It makes a lot more sense suddenly.
Yes.
Why there's so many areas in the game where there's just like, oh hey, it looks like there's a hint of something interesting here, but they never did something with it. That's pretty fucking weird.
Oh, dude!
Because no one ever claimed it to put a quest there. Or you do
Okay, what I like to do, I've got this idea for a story, and you have this open area here. Is it okay if I numb on that?
Yeah, that's the other part of it is like, well, yeah, I've got an idea for a quest and I can put it anywhere in the world, so I'm just going to select a dungeon I kind of like and put it there.
As opposed to, does this work with the actual narrative we're going for?
God. Again, it's like seeing all the puzzle pieces fit into place.
Yes, Horseman is a surfer drunk. That's because I was born and raised in Cali, motherfucker.
All right. Next time we have Calbeck on stream, alcohol is banned.
Yes.
Good luck. Anyway.
And then we would start working together. But sometimes you would be put together from the beginning. A lot of the major storylines, for example, because they were so big and we knew they would take up a lot of art bandwidth and other resource bandwidth, we would put people together from the beginning. And so those spaces tended to have a lot more at the start. But that was part of what was great about
Okay. Art bandwidth. What?
That's a
the
weird way to
fuck?
describe it.
Yeah.
I know what he's trying to say, or what he's like, what he means, what he's intending, but it's just a really dumb way to.
Okay, yeah, I get it. He's essentially saying that there are only so many resources to put into artwork, but
And just time, like they can only make the artwork as quickly as they can.
this sounds like throttling the actual creative impulse. Like,
Yeah.
I want to go here with this project. Oh, we don't have the resources for that. No, I have an idea and I would like to follow through on that. No, we can't do that. We don't have the resources. It's
Yeah, these are also problems you wouldn't have if you had a central vision and a fucking design document, because you would know what you wanted to do and what you would need ahead of time.
It's freewheeling creativity that runs into a brick wall. And it's a brick wall created by the company.
Of like Skyrim and Fallout 4 was I could just come in and add stuff to a space Darrell was working on, and it would only take us maybe a couple of conversations to hammer it all out.
Okay, thank you.
Why does it take anything?
I think she realized that she wasn't going to get an actual fucking answer out of that.
Yeah.
I suppose maybe I'm missing part of that.
She's just like, okay, thank you, and I think she wanted to just wrap it up because he had gone so far off into the weeds and actually revealed something far more damning about it when her question was, when should this collaborative effort happen? And he reveals that like it's a total fucking train wreck all the way through.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good point.
Hey, thanks for the really great games over the years. You said something earlier
What?
that kind of prompted a question in my mind, and you mentioned that the quest designers were typically responsible for the combat NPCs, the other way around. The level designers were typically responsible for the combat NPCs, and the quest designers were responsible for non-combat. But I'm curious how that worked in games like Skyrim or Fallout 4, where those lines got very fuzzy a lot of the time because the player could fight anyone at any time, and especially farther back in Bethesda's history you go, the more of that there is.
Dude, these guys, this is not the Bethesda of yesteryear, okay?
No.
Like, the further back you go, yeah, when they were more like RPGs and less glorified, like, screenshot simulators.
These are like Skyrim at their earliest.
Yeah. The big guy
Yep.
said he came in on Skyrim.
Yeah, so they have no experience going further back.
Yeah, they have no experience with the Morrowind team.
And,
Crazy Valentine, I think I'm on 8.
Yeah, I'm just curious how you decided who kind of got to make calls on things like that, where you had NPCs that could, at any minute in these systems, kind of shift between those two dimensions.
Yeah, so how do you deal with having particular responsibilities when it's an open world and chaos can erupt at any time?
I think it ends up
That's not what he
depending
asked,
on
though.
like
my read on the question was like, hey, one of you designs NPCs you talk to, the other designs NPCs you fight. So how do you deal with both? Like NPCs you talk to, then fight.
So what he's talking about is like instances where you have a conversation going on, then a Deathclaw comes roaring in and rips everybody up.
That's not what I got out of his question at all.
I kind of did, but okay.
I
maybe
got
some-
that like you could choose to engage in combat with these NPCs.
But the thing is, you can technically choose to engage in combat with every NPC in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
A lot of them aren't gonna die though.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I have a feeling he's gonna say you just flag the ones you need as essential, and it's like, oh no.
Oh
Yeah, let's see what he says.
What the purpose of the NPC actually is. Like in a town, you can fight with anything and combat will erupt, but an LD is still probably not likely in charge of anything in the town. So like, it's more about if the location and the NPCs that are there were set up to be a combat encounter already. There can be cases where like, there can be important quest dialogue on a boss you're gonna kill. We have to converse about that and decide like, okay, before he dies, he's gotta get this dialogue out. Like, there's some back and forth when it comes to like little detailed stuff, but typically I think it's a shared language thing where we just understand this is a combat NPC, this is a quest NPC, and that's the line, but there's probably like rules there that we're not explaining about how we defined those.
You did a shit job of answering that question.
So he
That
is
was
actually
so
saying because they're essential.
No, what he was saying was that the only time that they're responsible for the combat AI is if it was a predetermined, this is going to be a combat zone.
Right, but
Well, the player
this is-
actions, when players start combat in and of themselves, they don't care about that.
Well, he is saying that the important point is whether or not this is a quest giver. Yeah, a quest getter. Jeez. Okay, maybe I should lay off the sauce.
There's less than 2 minutes left.
Sorry.
Hi, yes, thank both of you for your beautiful games and a really insightful presentation.
Why is that the third time they've said that?
It's more like
Thank
the
you
fourth
for
or
your-
fifth. Literally, the only one who didn't say that was the Femoid.
It's like it's I don't know, a like an Islamic call to prayer almost.
Hey, again, we already talked about this before. This is an industry that's incredibly petty and spiteful and incestuous. Okay, so they're going to try to do this because maybe they could be the one that works at Bethesda next. And hey, do you remember I was really nice about the, and said thank you and all that stuff like that. It's meaningless platitudes like that.
You need to say that or you're blacklisted. I mean, maybe. Jesus Christ, though.
Yeah, that's what it feels like in the games industry.
It almost feels like someone addressing
Yeah.
a king, like, Your Highness, we need to do
Yeah.
this, whatever. It's like, oh yes, I really loved your game.
That was
Can't really say
that was
anything.
essentially exactly my point. Yeah, it sounds like an honorific that you have to say before you say anything else.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's what my point was. Like, they have to do this.
It ends up sounding really, really fucking fake.
Yep. Because it is.
Peace be upon thee and your game.
Speak a little bit to the philosophy behind having quest designers handle the more kind of traditional narrative elements, as well as like scripting and other quest design elements that are seen more across lots of different studios. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on that philosophy, and do you see that as the kind of the future as well of Bethesda Game Studios?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so why does Bethesda Game Studios have the quest department handle both narrative and quest scripting? A lot of that was
they
just
should.
tradition. A lot of these processes started way back in like Morrowind, and so that was a much smaller team then, and you just wore a lot of hats. Like quest design also did systems design for a long time.
Yeah.
And the level design department, I believe that was really formalized end of Oblivion Skyrim-ish.
It was, yeah.
Or Fallout 3-ish.
Start
Yeah.
of Fallout
Okay,
3 was like
okay.
level design team that was making.
Honestly, they're talking about organic development here, like it's a foreign thing. Like, oh, we don't understand how they came up with that. It's just this concept that came up from the old ways. These are the old ways of which we devised and created RPGs. It's like just natural.
Yeah.
You have your quest and your writing people drive the game. Why is that? It seems to them like it's almost a foreign concept.
Because it is. It took them until Starfield to realize the documentation was important.
Jesus.
God, that.
Okay, let's finish this bitch.
Yeah, there's less than a minute.
Making stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah, and so the specialization occurred over time, and there was a level design department, and then eventually there was a systems design department. So I think the thing is there's no standardization in the games industry. We all do it the way we need to, and the teams vary so much in size that depending on where you're at, you could wear different hats. So I think it just evolved very naturally.
Thank you.
We gotta wrap up.
Oh, all right. It's time for us to wrap up. We will go to the wrap-up session. Please follow folks if you want to head there. But otherwise, thank you so much. Fill out the evaluation forms. It helps out the conference. So thank you.
That was
God
bullshit.
damn it.
Actual disaster. Holy shit.
That.
It amazes me how much that they revealed there.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's definitely a peek
Unintentionally, I
behind
will
the
say.
curtains. Like, we got a little bit of this with ML, and that was quite fucking revealing when he did his speech. But so many more pieces of the puzzle fucking clicked into place watching this.
It is an amazing revelation.
Yeah.
And a series of revelations, actually. Okay, Lantern's Glow says, I believe this counts as career suicide. I don't know. I think this might actually qualify as almost a primer for how to get along with these people and get into the system and game the system like the way they've done. I mean, if you want to really scam people and take their money and just do bullshit, yeah, there it is. It's laid out for you. And I have a quarter of this bottle left. I'm just staring at it right now like I should. I don't know.
How do you have a team of 150 people for Fallout 4, and you only have like 30 side quests or however much it was? I think it was 36.
Oh God. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
For
God.
I am-
Anyways,
I know chat wants me to finish this damn bottle.
don't.
But
For your own
no.
sake, don't. Holy shit.
No.
Yeah, you're getting into the weirdness.
The function of the bottle was to address the issues that were off the charts with this game, and with the excuses made for its development. That's been addressed. So this bottle has served its function off to the side. And I can hear myself slurring, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, I do we have anything else for today, or can we cut it there?
I think that's pretty good.
Drunken Unicorn says we have applied the hammer and it's been solid.
Oh. Well, about 2 weeks from now, might be a little busy with stuff, but if I'm not, we might be covering Actman's video on Fallout, the TV show. So
That'd be great.
Have heard incredibly, I haven't heard specific things about it, but I've heard it's incredibly bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's probably going to be like one of the most painful stags we've done in a long time.
But anyways, yeah, that's everything for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. Such those streams weekly in the mornings, or sorry, not weekly, daily on weekdays in the mornings. Go check out his channel. Pagan is a VTuber now as well. The infection has spread to him. So go check out his channel. He's going to be streaming more, I believe.
Blessings be upon to him.
Yeah. Do you have anything to show, Calbeck?
I just stream every now and again for game streaming on Twitch at Calbeck at twitch.com. Or is it twitch.org? I don't even remember.
TV, twitch.tv.
Yes, twitch.calbeck.twitch.tv. There you go.
There we go. And I've obviously been streaming a lot. I'm going to try to find time to check out Fallout London. I don't know. Follow Amazon Fallout show video. Scripting is nearly complete. I've only got 2 small sections to do and some touch-ups. And then I'm going to start recording and editing, and I hope to have it out in September. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated, and we'll see you next time, whenever that may be.
Good night, everyone, and Gordon is alive!
Well.